Good morning, honorable members and our guests and the department.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the colleagues.
Yes.
Good morning, Chair.
Recording
TM,
in progress.
good morning, TM. And welcoming back Mr. Sakaza, who was on leave.
Thank you, Chair.
That is, I hope all members are in, Mr. Sakaza.
Not all, Chair, but I have quite a number that I can call on the roll call, Chair.
Okay, we will we'll do that when we are ready to do that. And we're ready to do that. Morning, honorable members. Minister, I can see you are in, and your deputy. I will assume that the DG is in, and all our guests. We will then allow Mr. Sakaza to take us through the roll call, and the DG will also do likewise. And after that, we'll outline the process on how we are going to proceed today. Over to you, Mr. Sakaza.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning to all the members and the department. Chair, we've got from the Portfolio Committee, we've got yourself, Chair, Honorable Nkabane, Honorable Mdabe, Honorable Nontsele, Honorable Zuma, Honorable Kado, Honorable Yinana, Honorable Mkondo, and Honorable Denner. Chair, Honorable Bagram did send an apology that he will join in later around 11 o'clock. Thank you, Chair. And then from the staff, Chair, we've got myself, got Sebuho Mukwena, the researcher, we've got Poshia, the committee assistant, we've got Sibongiseni, the content advisor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sakaza. DG, your team.
Good morning, Chairperson and the honorable members. We, of course, led by the Minister and the Deputy Minister, We have the Compensation Fund Commissioner, Mr. Vuyo Mafata, and we have the UIF Commissioner, Mr. Sorry, Chair, I'm just fixing something here. We have the UIF Commissioner, Tebogo Maruping, and we have Tebogo Tijane, who's a Chief Director responsible for lab. We have Fezeka Puzi, who's the CFO of UIF. We have Boitumelo Kumbi, who's the Chief Audit Executive at Compensation Fund. We have Judith Kumbi, who's the COO at UIF. We have Kabelo Mathoko, also at UIF. Kinelo Nkabinde at UIF. Julian Sopen, also UIF. Lerato Huele from Compensation Fund. Sorry, I said Julia Sopen from UIF. She is from Compensation Fund. Mr. Luyanda Manguku, who's the Chair of Audit at the Compensation Fund. Linda Kota, also from the Compensation Fund. The Head of IT at the Compensation Fund, Ms. Mecha Tongwane. We have Advocate Mukhashwa from Compensation Fund. We have Ms. Nokutula Slangu, also from the Compensation Fund. We have Ms. Dombekaya Kamata, who's the Head of Corporate Services at the Compensation Fund. Mr. Johnny Modipa, who's the COO at the Compensation Fund. We have Dr. Dala, who's the Chairperson of the Audit at UIF. We have Katleho Lipepe, who's the Head of fraud risk. She's dealing with the investigations on all fraud related matters. We have the staff from the ministry, Chief of Staff, Mr. Budumela, Musa Zondi, Musa Z from the Department Communication, and we have Nomcebo Chabalala from UIF, and we have Ms. Onkem Jo, who's the advisor to the minister, Sabelo Mali, who's the spokesperson of the minister, Mr. Tando Wababa, the PLO. We have Mr. Vinay Ramnath, who's the CFO of the Compensation Fund, and we have Kola Monakali, who's the Head of ICT in the Compensation Fund. We have Zandisile Mweli, who's the Head of the Deputy Minister's Office, and the Chairperson of the UIF Board, Mr. Zola Luswazi. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, DG. Do we have guests, Mr. Sagaza, outside the department and Parliament? People that have joined us, can they please indicate who they are?
Yes,
Mr.
Chair,
Namati,
there
can
are
you
also
please-
some from the AG's office. They will, identify themselves.
Or do we also have AG's office? Can we get who can make the introduction from the AG's office?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the DG of the department, the two commissioners, and the rest of the colleagues from both the UIF and the Compensation Fund. From our side, I do have Ms. Michelle Mageman. She's the Deputy Business Executive in the AGSA. I have Mr. Vosi Masego. He's one of our senior managers overseeing the Compensation Fund. We have Ms. Nana Sekwati, who's a senior manager overseeing the UIF. We also have Mr. Kabelo Makitla, who's our stakeholder license manager. Those are the AGSA team members who are present today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And any guests? Any outside these three, outside Parliament, outside the department, and outside the Office of the Auditor General? Can they please identify themselves? Can you please mute Mr. Sakaza? Are there people that you don't know? I saw a PMG here, and I don't know why they are not saying who they are. Is there anybody else?
Yes, they are, Chair. They must, there's also team use. I just saw there are others, Chair. They must identify themselves.
Why are they not?
Honourable Chair, honourable members, and others, good morning to you. My apologies, I've just joined late. It's Tim Hughes, spokesperson for the Injured Workers Action Group. Good morning to all, and thank you for allowing us to observe the meeting. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Who else? Who else? Okay. So if people don't want to identify themselves, unfortunately, we'll have to live with that, but I'll then be able to deal with that at some. One, the process for today is that one, we won't be dealing with minutes, honorable members, in terms of the agenda. We won't be dealing with minutes today. Our focus will be on the two entities. But two, you will then see that now that okay, let me rephrase. We received a presentation from the Office of the Auditor General, and a presentation was made. We asked questions. We were a bit perturbed and uncomfortable by the presentations. It is in that light that we then have to request. Remember, this is we are on the portfolio, we are on our constituency period. We had to make a request. And we then requested to the Office of the House Chair that can we sit, because these matters, the situation on these two entities is quite grave, if I can use that. And therefore, we can't just say we will meet, we will call them when we come back in August. That's one. And I hope members have, because we're not going to have, what we are going to do, we're going to ask questions. They will have to respond in some of the questions that were asked by members. They will then have to respond. And the reason that we have then invited the Office of the Auditor General is precisely because we were then reported that questions were asked, and this is how it was responded to. If I can make an example, in terms of compensation fund, if I'm not mistaken, the audit committee chair or whoever was asked, but what this said, no, we have always been alerting management on these matters. And the other thing is that we don't want to be running around in circles, Minister, because the Auditor General's office is here also to listen on how the response, because the responses must be the same as the responses that were made to the office. And they are then also to assist us in moving forward. The last one is that, before the last one, the reason that we have the office of the chair has then said, we can't forever be inviting only the commissioners on these two entities. There is leadership in these entities. And that leadership must tell us, how do they feel? Where were they? If I can just, where were they? How do they feel that an entity can have 8 years disclaimer and 2 years adverse? Where were they? That's why we wanted also, I didn't hear you, DG. That's why we also requested the head of human resource, because a question arose that day to the office of the Auditor General. But what have you picked up? Are these entities employing people who don't have skills? And we were told that no, they do have skills. It's only that people are just, it's laissez-faire. We want to understand now from the leadership, because our understanding is that these institutions are not run by commissioners only. Commissioners have got a team that is to ensure that a commissioner is able to deliver. So that is why, honorable members, you'll see that whole, should I say that whole army? It's precisely because we are to know now, we are to really get an understanding. That's compensation. UIF, Minister, there is a red light there. There is a red light. We were told that in these 2 years, compensation fund is sliding a bit down. And we don't want to find ourselves that in the next administration, members of the next administration who are deployed in this committee are also taken aback that at some point there were these challenges. I think it's about time that we really have to understand. It is in that context that you see everybody here who is in the leadership of the compensation fund. Now, what the approach today will be that we members are going to ask questions. You do have your presentation from the AG's office. The minister today and the deputy and the DG, if they are to respond, they will then respond at the end when we have interrogated. Should I put that? Should I say it? When we are to interrogate these leaders for them to tell us the situation, because it's quite public. Media is forever reporting about it. You were called to SCOPA, and it's our responsibility as a committee that is to conduct an oversight over this department. So, Minister, it is in that context that today we have requested everybody, and I hope members will ask questions. Difficult questions are to be asked, and we will request Minister and the Deputy Minister, DG, and your commissioners and everybody to be given an honest response. I'm not saying we have been given responses that are not the true reflection, but we are doing this not for ourselves, not for you, not for the minister, but for the betterment of those people whose lives depend on both the compensation fund and the UIF. Having said that, honorable members, so that's the approach of this today's meeting. I hope in front of you, I hope you have already opened up your gadget and go back and check to on the Auditor General's report. And thank you very much, Auditor General, for accepting our apology. If it's something unusual, our apologies, but I'm happy that you have availed yourself for this meeting, an extraordinary meeting of our committee. Having said that, honorable members, whoever wants to start, remember that the minister and the deputy and the DG, they are going to speak last today. They're not going to speak first. We're going to ask questions, and the people that have been given a responsibility to lead these entities will then have to respond. We will start with the compensation fund. Any taker? Am I still chairing a committee? Why everybody is silent? Hello?
Yes, Chair, we are here.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Any taker? Can I see hands? Those that I can't see, they will indicate. I hear Honorable Mdabe. I see Honorable Mdabe. Which other hand? Honorable Mdabe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
A little bit. Honorable Mdabe, Honorable Mkonto. In that order, is there any other hand? Okay. Honorable Mdabe, Honorable Mkonto, in that order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you and the honorable members, the Minister and Deputy Minister, DG, and the board members of the both funds, as well as all the managers that are present. My first question, Chair, for this round is related to the chairperson of the audit committee, as well as the chairperson of the board. If they may clarify us that the Auditor General has identified or has disclaimed the compensation fund on an inadequate assessment of the accuracy of information submitted by the employers. 2, inadequate processes in place to ensure all employers are registered and assessed. The third one, it's the inadequate enforcement of the Act of Employers Not Complying. And the Auditor General says that this has been disclaimed in an issue that led to the disclaimer for 10 years. First thing that I would like to know from them in answering or responding to clarify on these issues is that how long have they been with the institution, the two chairpersons, the audit committee, the external committee, and the second one, the chair of the board. How long have they been with the institution? And what has been their role in making sure that they comply with their fiduciary duties? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mdabe. Honorable Mkondo.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, the Minister and his team, and the officials from the AG's office and our guests. Chairperson, I'm still on the management letters. Now I want to hear from the compensation fund as to what was happening to the management letters that the AG was sending to them for all these years, trying to assist them to do their books accordingly. That is my my first question. I also want to put it maybe in other ways from what Honorable Mdabe has said. Looking at the time, Chair, is quite a long time, 10 years. Had the compensation fund ever had a turnaround strategy to address this? And if there was a turnaround strategy that was put in place, was it implemented? Whilst it being implemented, what happened? Because, Chair, we can't have a situation like this for quite a long time and nothing is done. And the question that you once asked, Chair, of human resource, I want to check that what the answer that was given to us, was it based on the department doing skills audit or qualification audit of all those that are involved in this, or it was just an answer that was given based on their recruitment information? Those are the three questions that I have, Chair. And to say, Chair, I noticed that the UIF commissioner is back. I don't know, Chair, whether we were not supposed to be informed formally that he is back, because we have been with the acting UIF commissioner, and now I can see the commissioner himself is back. I thought maybe we'll be informed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. On the UIF, in whatever will be pertaining on UIF, we will entertain we'll entertain the questions and the response when we are dealing with UIF. For now, our focus is on compensation fund. I'm not saying what you are asking is out of order. It's in order, but at an appropriate time, you can re-ask that question, and then
Okay, sir.
yeah, the DG and the minister here, they will respond. It's Honorable Dana. Then after Honorable Dana, it's going to be Honorable Nonsele.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Chair, I have two questions. The first is, SCOPA ordered a forensic investigation into the compensation fund after the Auditor General's office also presented this report to them. I would like to know from the Minister, because SCOPA ordered the Minister to do this investigation or to have it done. What is the timeline on this investigation? Has it been ordered yet by the Minister? And what are the parameters? Can we have the relevant details on that? And then secondly, also ordered by SCOPA was a performance assessment of the Commissioner of the Compensation Fund and the DG, because they oversee the work of the Compensation Fund. So I would like to know if that has been done or scheduled and what the relevant details are on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dana. Honorable Nonsele.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Morning to Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, the DG and the staff and honorable members. Honorable Chair, I've got three questions so far for the fund. We're dealing with the compensation fund.
Yes,
just for clarity. Yes. Okay.
Now.
Yes. Okay. The question relates to the service level agreement with the PIC, that there were imperfections on the service level agreement that were pointed out to them. And if the commissioner can just detail them for us, that's the first question. And that 24 months ago, these were pointed out by the Auditor General. What among those imperfections have they been able to eradicate? Yeah. And then the last question would be, what has been done already in relation to the associate investee companies? What have you already achieved? So those are the points that are interrelated, Chair, that relates to the audit outcomes relating to investment portfolios that the fund has with the PIC. And there was an audit outcome on that. So the imperfections that I'm talking to are the ones that were raised, and whether, for instance, any progress has been made, and that what are the challenges, including the companies that they have associate as associate investees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nonsele. From my side, I will ask this question directed to management that is here of the compensation fund, which is led by Mr. Mafata. On the AG's report is saying compensation fund received a disclaimer opinion in the following areas. I will start with the revenue and receivables from non-exchange transaction. I'm of the understanding that you have then been exposed to this. You were informed that the fund did not implement adequate and appropriate controls to address the completeness and accuracy of employer contribution. The inadequate assessment of the accuracy of the information submitted by the employers, inadequate process in place to ensure all employers are registered and assessed, inadequate enforcement of the act of employers not complying. And I would like to have an understanding that when then this is put to you as the Office of the Auditor General, we did ask, there is an internal audit committee. Have they been exposed to this? And the response was, yes, they have been picking up these things and they have taken them to management. And it looks like that management is not has not acted on these areas. So I just want to have an understanding. I'm not going to go into all the areas of identified for it disclaimers that the AG has highlighted. I will then go to I've picked two on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The areas affected by non-submission of supportive evidence that resulted in limitations are irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. How then do you lead or be part of an institution when these areas, the reason that we're concerned is that it's 10, you can't have 8 years, an institution can't have 8 years disclaimer. There is something wrong somewhere. And we think that as people that have been employed in compensation fund with expertise, make us understand. The process is, we are empowered. It's a two-way process. We are to be empowered by your responses, and our questions are also to empower you. So we are not in the court of law. We are doing our responsibility, and it's important that at least we have an understanding of what is transparent, what is happening in this entity. So whoever wants to respond, it will. Can I humbly request that it won't be Mr. Mafata for now. Mr. Mafata will come at the end. It will be managers that are responsible in these areas. Thank you very much. There are no other, I don't see any other hand. For now, can we get responses? DG, who's responding? Basekhona?
Chair, sikhona, Chair, asibalekanga.
Let's get at it.
Chair, we have the compensation fund audit chair, Mr. Bangoku, and the board chair will be joining. I'm not sure if she's in already. And then in the meantime, I would like management to respond to the different areas of the question raised by Honorable Mkondo. So these areas, they cover the compensation benefits, medical benefits, and even corporate services, because the management letter indicates the areas where there are control deficiencies. So I'll ask, and there's a question on skills audit. The head of corporate services responsible for HR, Ndombekaya Kamata, she's here, Chair. So I'll ask firstly that Mr. Sopen to talk to the areas that are affecting his area of work, and he'll be followed by Ms. Miller Reiters in the area affecting her work, and she will be followed by the Ms. Kamata on the areas affecting HR and corporate services, and then the commissioner will just wrap it up on the turnaround strategy of the fund, whether it was implemented. I think the Honorable Dana's questions were directed to the minister. I think the Honorable Nontsele's questions will be responded to by the CFO on the service level agreement, because it has to do with the investments. Yes, I think those are the areas, Chair. And again, in your areas on the revenue and receivable, the CFO, Mr. Vinay Ramek, will respond to those questions. Thank you, Chair. In that order.
Thank you, Titi. When they respond, we must see their faces, please. Not unless their videos are going to interfere with the audio, but we'd like to see their faces, please.
All right. Ms. Miller Reiters.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, the commissioners, and all other participants in the session today. My name is Julian Suppen. I'm the Chief Director for COIT Services. In terms of the revenue question, I'll answer that one. So there's a number of things that have been put in place to verify revenue as well as employer information, to look at compliance of the employees to the COIDA. I think first and foremost, Chairperson, the fund has undertaken to create the role.
Sorry, sir. Are you using two gadgets? Because there's a sound that is I don't know whether it's your speaker.
No, Chairperson. No, Chairperson. I've just got my device that's on. Am I still audible, Chairperson?
You may continue.
Can I continue? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, so in the process of employer assessments and verifications, the fund has undertaken and created the payroll inspector roles. These are payroll inspectors whom we refer cases to, and their job is to go through to the employers and to verify not only earnings of employers, but also to ensure that the employers are in the correct subclasses. They also do inspections on site of the employers. So we got that component of resources available to us that have been doing work in the space of employer assessments. Over and above that, Chairperson, we've appointed the occupational health and safety inspectors as well to do on-site employer workplace verification, to verify that employers are in the right, the environments adhere to occupational health and safety requirements. That's their duties. And obviously these two groups of resources, when they do find deviations from the employers in terms of compliance to the COIDA, they do issue notices and compliance notes through to the employers to ensure adherence from the employers' side. Over and above that, Chairperson, in terms of verifying employer revenue information as well as compliance from employers in terms of that, we've developed and implemented the new assessment model. The old assessment model had a lot of shortcomings in that there were too many subclasses. What we've introduced is a much leaner set of subclasses that going forward that's just been implemented and will be implemented over a 5-year period, is to really reduce the large numbers down to a subclass number of 13, where we're able to clearly monitor the employers in those subclasses. We are clearly able to review and assess the subclasses that those employers are in, and to show that they are compliant in terms of the industries that they are placed in. Over and above that, Chairperson, we have access to, we've got relationships with SIPSI in terms of sharing data with SIPSI, to over and above the efforts of the payroll inspectors as well as the OHS inspectors, and the implementation of the new assessment model. Our partnerships with SIPSI is to share employer data and use that data to verify the subclasses that the employers are in, the whether or not those employers are active or not, to look at the industries that those employers are and to verify that information back to the information that the fund has to make sure that we are doing accurate assessments and that the employers are correctly placed where they should be in the correct subclasses. Chairperson, over and above that, we do have access to the UIF database as well. And we do similar checks on the UIF database in terms of looking at the earnings of the employers. So we're verifying the earnings that are declared on the UIF side to ensure that it is correct. As well as the number of employees that employers have in their employ. It's one of the important factors that or criteria that we use in the assessment of employers is to look at the number or the quantum of the employer's workforce to see that that is correctly declared, because that also has an impact on the revenue that the employees declare to us. So, Chairperson, those are the main things that we use or the steps that we take to ensure employer compliance.
Thank you. Who is the next to respond?
The next to respond, Chair, is Ms. Miller-Reiters. Chair, just before she speaks, I know you said Minister, myself, and DM will speak last, but I want to put what Mr. Sopen said in context, because the question would be, if you had all those things in place, why do you then have a finding? So I think what Mr. Sopen needed to do first was to acknowledge that yes, the AG's finding is correct. We did have a problem with regards to the area that AG raised under revenue and receivable from non-exchange transactions. So this is a plan that has been put in place to make sure that those gaps are closed. I just wanted to put that in context, Chair, so that it is not seen or understood to be that we're differing with AG, with AG's finding. No, we're not. AG's finding is correct. Ms. Miller-Reiters will be the next chairperson to speak.
I hope then, DG and Minister, that what you are clarifying will then be an approach that is going to be taken by all of them. I didn't want to interject. The gentleman, I then jotted down something, but now I'm clarified. Thank you. We are waiting for the next one. Ms. Reiters, and your face, please.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of Parliament, the Minister, Deputy Minister, the Commissioner, and the rest of the colleagues. My name is Mali and my surname is Reiters, and I'm the head of medical benefits. With regard to the presentation that the AG did, I want to respond to the matters on the management letter and whether we've received the management letters and what have we done with regard to the management letters. So in the presentation, the AG raised issues of duplicate payments, where we do acknowledge that there were duplicate payments in the previous legacy system based on the control deficiencies that we had in the Umehluku system. But what we have done in the CompEasy system, which we have now utilized for a full financial year, the year that just ended at the end of March, we did include the duplicate checks, where we are now stopping invoices from coming in. That's invoices from medical practitioners as they enter into the system, where we are making sure that we do check for duplicates. We've made it compulsory for individual invoice numbers. We've also put in significant amount of controls when it comes to our benefit catalogs, that for instance, a general practitioner cannot claim, for instance, for a specialist or occupational therapist or physio, cannot claim for a general practitioner. We also have exception reports where we look at, because not everything when it comes to medical aid, it seems to be a duplicate, but you can, for instance, a physio, for instance, can see a patient 3 to 4 times a day, and it might seem like a duplicate because it will be the same date of service. So we do have exception reports also that we have developed in CompEasy for us to be able to check whether it's a real duplicate. And then we have a senior manager, a senior member in the teams that also looks at these exceptions, and they then accept the exception if it's not a duplicate. Also, what we have included in the CompEasy system is a process called subrogation, so that if there is a duplicate payment or a overpayment, that we are able to then do sort of like an offsetting on the claims that enters from a medical service provider. The other matter that was also raised by in the presentation by the Auditor General is claims paid with incorrect statuses. With this particular matter, this was raised based on CompEasy. When we introduced CompEasy, it had different types of statuses. So what happened was invoices that we had that were migrated from CompEasy, when they were migrated from CompEasy, they were accepted in CompEasy where liability was accepted. So there was a challenge with that. And with this particular finding, we have accepted the finding. And what we did was, because they were accepted previously, our teams in provinces then went back and accepted those particular claims. There are statuses on CompEasy because it was the first time it was audited, where it would say, for instance, waiting for information, where there's nothing wrong with it's not an adjudication status, because adjudication status is either you accept liability or you repudiate the claim. Where it's waiting for information is during the claims process. If, for instance, a person needs to get a temporary total disablement or pension and they are waiting for information, it would be the claim status, but not the liability status. The other matter that was raised also in the presentation by the Auditor General, where they were saying that we had challenges with auto pay. And with regard to auto payment was stopped in September of 2019 when we stopped utilizing umehluko. But with auto payment, we've also shown that during the auto payment process that we were utilizing, there was officials that were working on an invoice. And once the invoice is at a stage of it being authorized, then the system would pick up the payment and then send it through to finance. That is to ensure that we improve the turnaround times. But after the challenges raised by the audit committee, we then moved auto payment to a later stage so that we had an additional official going through an invoice. But when we stopped utilizing umehluko, we then stopped that particular matter. The other issues that were also raised in the presentation by the AGs related to changing of banking details. Banking details are decentralized to a provincial level. And what we have at the provincial level is that we have what we call assistant directors finance. And those assistant directors finance are outside of the core business. They then do the verification of the banking details, where our assistant director at a provincial level is the only one that can change banking details. And also we are currently with our ICT busy with a process of more rigorous audit verification, bank verification on CompEasy, and there is a development that is currently taking place. The other matter that was also raised by the AGs related to segregation of duties. So there was challenges with regard to segregation of duty in the prior years, but currently what we have with segregation of duties is that our system administration received the role matrix from provinces as well as head office on a monthly basis, where they are looking at whether these people are still in the same unit, whether they are still having the exact same roles, And if you look at segregation of duties, we have an SR6, SR7, SR8, SR10, SR12, and SR13 that will work on an invoice based on the delegations that they have. Then the other matter that was also raised in my area of responsibility was regarding the Board of Healthcare Funders, where currently we don't have a direct interface with the Board of Healthcare Funders, but what the Board of Healthcare Funders is doing is they're dropping a file on a daily basis with our ICT for us to then do the validations to see whether the practitioners are registered with the Board of Healthcare Funders. We currently have a process with the Board of Healthcare Funders where they are still busy resolving the infrastructure so that we have real-time interface on a daily basis for us to be able to then validate the registrations with the Board of Healthcare Funders. The other matter raised by the AG in my area of responsibility is slowness in the processing of medical invoices that leads to the interest and the pay.
Well, we have lost you there. I think you're frozen. Are you okay? We lost you there, ma'am. All right, DG, can we get the other person to respond? I think we've got some connectivity challenges with Ms. Reuters. DG?
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask Mrs. Tamata to come in, Chair. Mrs. Tamata?
Whilst we are still trying to get hold of Amata, can the next question be responded to?
Chair, I'll ask the Commissioner to just wrap up on the turnaround strategy. Commissioner Mafata?
Apologies, thank you, DG, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and the colleagues. So we've implemented about 2 turnaround strategies in the fund since 2015. So in 2015, when I joined the fund, we had a situation where the fund was not as functional. We were not paying claims the way that we should. We had issue of shortage of skills in terms of the critical areas of the organization, as well as some of the basic functions of finance that were not working. So in the first action plan, we then sought to stabilize the operations of the fund. And some of the outcomes of it was the fact that we could now start producing even monthly financial accounts. We could pay benefits regularly. And also we then did a lot of the skills audit that led to the restructuring or the new structure of the compensation fund. And in the second action plan, or the strategy that we implemented from 2018, was then to look at all the critical areas and start implementing the controls that had been highlighted in previous audits. A number of interventions that we've carried out in our revenue unit now, the new assessment or industry classification model that was published in December for implementation in April, was one of the outcomes of this particular turnaround strategy. The fact that Julian spoke earlier about the appointment of funding of payroll auditors at the Department's Inspection and Enforcement Services, the funding of occupational health and safety inspections to be able to proactively deal with issues of employer compliance with regard to OHS and preventing occupational injuries and diseases. The implementation of CompEase itself was also the outcome of that particular strategy. A lot of the controls that we've implemented in CompEase, as well as in our business processes in preparation for CompEase, are also the results of this particular turnaround strategy. So we have implemented, and there has been a number of issues we've skilled and capacitated the organization to get the critical skills that had been lacking for a while, finance as well as clinical skills that are needed in the claims process, as well as some of the basic processes that we needed to put in place to make sure that the fund responds and operates as a medical aid, as a insurance, as a pension fund. So a lot of those things were the outcome of the strategies that we had then implemented over the last three years. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. DJ?
Yes. Can you check, Chair, if Ms. Reuters is not back? Ms. Reuters?
In terms of my thing, she is not. I don't know. Mr. Sakaza, is Ms. Reuters back?
Mr. Sopen, Mr. Ramnath can then respond to the issues that were raised with regard to the SLAs, and then Mr. Kamata will then come in after on the HR issues.
Okay, in that order, Chair, thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, and other colleagues. My name is Vinay Ramnath. I'm the CFO for the Compensation Fund. I will just talk to the issues, the PIC and the investments in our associates, as well as I'll also touch to the issue around the irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, in terms of the disclaimer paragraph for the Compensation Fund on the investments in associates, these investments in associates that we currently have, these are our social responsibility investments, and they link to the departmental targets for employment and growth in the country. So while we're trying to achieve those targets, Chair, there is a challenge in terms of the reporting that is equity accounted to in the Compensation Fund's financial statements. And the challenges around this area, Chair, is that the information that we receive from these associate companies and the management assurance levels on the information that we receive, that we equity account into our books. What I must state, Chair, is that a lot of these associate companies, their financial year end is also the 31st of March. So in terms of that, it's also a process for us to receive those audited financial statements from these companies, as well as the other aspect is that these companies account for and their financial reporting is in terms of IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, where we prepare financial statements in terms of GRAP. So that is a challenge for us currently. I have to state that for the 2021 year, we will have this challenge as well, but we have put in place some aspects to deal with this going forward into 21-22. So we are looking towards, and we have already started engagements with the PIC, so that we bring in assurance levels and auditing in terms of those financials that we receive from the associate companies on an ongoing basis through the financial year. So we would be looking to validate this information that we receive from the associate companies on a quarterly basis, so that when we reach the end of the financial year, we are in a position that we can provide assurance on those financial statements, as well as we will be bringing them in line with the GRAP accounting standards. So, Chair, as I state, while we are trying to achieve the targets of employment and growth with the social responsibility investments, we have the challenge in terms of financial reporting. We have also, Chair, in terms of these associate companies, we do understand that the economic environment has been difficult in the last financial years, especially due to COVID and the growth in the country. So there has been this negative impact on these associate companies through the years. What we've also revised in our PAC mandate is for more stringent reporting in terms of these associate companies, and where we do see this impacting on these associates, that PIC is ensured to provide strategic turnaround plans for these companies, and that is shared by through the Compensation Fund and Investment Committee in the CF as well. So the aspects of those have been revised into the PIC mandate so that we put more controls in place for our associate companies in terms of both the reporting as well as the performance for the associate companies. Chair, I'll then touch on the other aspect of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful. It is a hot topic, Chair. What we are doing currently, Chairs, and the disclaimer paragraph in the audit report, Chair, it talks to the completeness of these registers. So the fund has been in the process now, Chair, in this 2021 year, where we've reconstructed this irregular and fruitless and wasteful register. We are now in the position to ensure that this register is complete and that that we do not have these issues that the AGI picked up, where there was completeness issues in the last 2 years, where they could not provide the basis for the 2020 and the comparative year of 2019. So that process we have completed. What we are dealing with also, Chair, is we've done an analysis of all the high value cases, and it must be noted, Chair, that a number of these cases that are sitting in the irregular and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure registers date back to 2009, 2010, right to 2013. So our target for this financial year, Chair, one is for the 2021 year, we've got the register as complete and accurate that we have. So when the AG audits now, we give them a complete register, and we are hopeful that this is one win that we could possibly see, where that disclaimer paragraph is not there in the audit report in terms of completeness. In going forward for the 21-22 year, Chair, we're targeting the high level value of cases, and I'm looking at 19 cases for irregular and fruitless, and 5 cases or nature of cases for fruitless and wasteful that will target about 97% of the rand value of those registers. So if we can make headway in that, Chair, this year, which is a high focus for us, the value of those registers will also significantly decrease through this financial year for 21-22, Chair. Chair, thank you. That is it from my side.
Thank you, Mr. Ramath. Ms. Kamata, Utul is the next one.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Minister, the DG, and members of the department. I think I'm going to add on what the Commissioner had started around what informed our turnaround strategy in 2016, as well as the restructuring initiative that we undertook in 2017. We indeed did a skills audit report, which was completed in April 2016. And in that skills audit report, there were 3 critical skills that were identified as lacking in the compensation fund. One was finance skills, where that report was indicative of the fact that in terms of the provision, we were 22% lower than the leading practice in the industry that are similar to our environment. IT skills and medical skills. And we then used those to inform the provisions in the new structure that we proposed to the former minister in 2017. And in that structure, we tried to make provision for these 3 areas. In as far as IT skills are concerned, we created an IT directorate, which was not there before. We were heavily reliant on the Department of Employment and Labor in terms of IT skills provision, but we created our own IT directorate, and also we empowered that directorate with the provision of an IT director and IT project managers and IT business analysts specifically for compensation fund. We also looked at the finance skills in the fund, where we also partnered with SAICA in ensuring that we tap on the skills that SAICA has in augmenting the skills of the compensation fund. We established the SAICA training office, which was established in 2018, and we recruited a director to head that trainee office. The intention was for the director to have SAICA trainees under her leadership, in order for those trainees, when they qualify as being accountants, then they become absorbed into the structure of the compensation fund. But Chairperson, the biggest challenge that we had, that we have managed this year to overcome, was the issue of remuneration structure for compensation fund, because our remuneration philosophy is the same as the public sector remuneration philosophy, which is for all trainees who are using the DPSA guidelines in terms of salary levels for stipends. So if you look at the SAICA trainees in terms of the salary expectations versus what we're offering in terms of DPSA regulatory framework, we're unable to attract the learners that we wanted to attract until we got the minister approving that at least we have reforms that are talking to the removal of hours from the DPSA dispensation around remuneration for these trainees. So we are starting now the process again of re-recruiting those learners, making sure that they are adequately remunerated with the accountants in the labor market. We also looked at the medical skills, which we made a provision in that structure. Previously, compensation fund didn't have medical doctors to assess the medical claims or to help and assist in the assessment of medical claims. We only had 2 in the structure. But as we are speaking, we've got more than 13 provisions in a provision in the structure, out of which in that 13, each and every province is now headed by a medical doctor for compensation fund. And also here at head office, we also have medical doctors, 4 medical doctors that are assisting and with the technical and clinical skills in the assessment of our claims. And also with regards to that, I think we are currently looking at further revision of our structure to align it with the provincial head office structure, with the provincial structure. We've made provision for further medical skills in the province, in the provinces, such that we have high provision of these medical skills, even at a labor center and the provincial level. That process is about to be completed. The structure is at a final stage of it being approved to augment the structure at a provincial level. But of also critical importance in dealing with the issue of skills, we made provision for vocational rehabilitation and clinical skills in the compensation fund, which were not there in the past. And we have successfully recruited these skills, and we have them now in the fund. I've seen that AG had spoken on the issue of technical skills around finance. I think we have over the number of years had a finding that was talking about our inability to do basic reconciliations. We subjected all our finance officials that are responsible for this function to GRAP training, so that they are all exposed to understanding of generally recognized accounting practices standards. And as a result, we managed to kill that finding because our finance officials have been exposed to GRAP training. They have also been exposed to SAP training, and also at a managerial level, we trained them on the finance for non-financial manager skills. We have also, lastly, Chair, made provision in our 2017 structure for creation of a separate anti-corruption integrity management structure headed by a director to help us to deal with the plethora of fraud issues that were prevalent in our environment. And in creating that structure, and making sure that we provide that structure with adequate skills. We have subsequently had between 2018 and to date 10 dismissals as a result of fraud that we have managed to effect as a result of Ms. Lebebe's fraud investigation initiatives. But going forward, Chairperson, I think we are requested to do a further organizational architecture review, because from 2017 up to date, we still feel that our provision in terms of a structure and skills is still not adequate. We still have to continue to improve in this area. The Minister has requested us to do an organizational architecture review that will look at both the structures of UIF and CF as to which extent are they aligned to the mandate of the organization. And we are using the 7 S's McKinsey model, which looks at the structure of the both entities, the skills again of both entities given the new mandate of employment, the style of leadership, and the staffing ratios and in both those these entities, and the systems, which is the IT systems that are supporting these particular entities. So it's an ongoing work, but we are at the stage now of getting a service provider to assist us to do that 7S McKinsey, utilization of the 7S McKinsey model to further diagnose our organizational architecture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Was she the last one, DG?
If we can't get Ms. Reuters back, Chair, she was the last one, except that the Honorable Mdabe asked that the audit chair of the compensation fund and the board chairperson to talk to the issue of the disclaimers at the fund.
Okay. Can they? We'll start with the audit chair, and then it will then be the chair of the board.
So let me just state that this is a new audit chair, Mr. Manguku, but he does have the benefit of having been in the fund for quite a long time as a risk chairperson. We have appointed him as an audit chairperson, but he is qualified to talk to a lot of the issues that AG has raised. Thank you, Chair.
No, I was going to say, even if he is new, if you take a position, it's a package. You take that position with all its challenges, but it's fine if you are confident that he's then going to be able to respond to the issues that have been raised. It's okay. Over to him.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to Honorable Chair and the Honorable members, Minister and DM, and thank you, DG, Commissioner, and all colleagues in the meeting, including AG. The question that was asked to us was how long have we been here, and basically to try and explain as to what has been our role. And I think DJ has sort of hinted, but to be precise, this is a new audit committee that I'm chairing, Honorable Chair, and basically appointed last month. We've just been to our induction session to familiarize ourselves with the work that's ahead of us, and basically I represent a committee that is ready and able to and willing to deal with the challenges. And I think we came on board, as you rightly say, with that awareness that CF is not, it has got serious challenges ahead of itself, and therefore it required a team of independent oversight members who would be able to assist in guiding and providing the oversight necessary so that we can see CF reaching a point where we can see, let me say, a clean audit status. And I think we're very much dedicated to that. But as DJ said, although I'm not going to refer to that much that I've had the opportunity of being at CF before, and I've given it my short to the best I could. And it is a pleasure to be here again to see where things are. And I think with the induction, it really does show that there still remains a lot of work ahead of us. And I think what we've seen is that there's been a continuous attempt from all ends to really tackle with these things on an ongoing basis. But there really is serious challenges ahead of us. I can say with what AG has presented, Chair, it is certainly the issues that I think lie ahead of us in ensuring that CF comes out of that disclaimer. It's been 8 long years, and it concerns all of us. And I think what, as an audit committee, we're positioning ourselves to do is to really have a clear plan of action. And I think AG has come with a lot of assistance continuously over the period to say, these are the qualification issues. These are the issues that make you remain in that position. And when we then, as an audit committee, monitor management's response, it is, I think, at this stage to continue to break down into finer details so that management can account as to how indeed they plan to tackle each of the issues, especially starting with the qualification issues. And I think our commitment as we come on board is to certainly, I mean, if you look at the issue of the completeness of revenue, it's been a long-standing matter that has been a challenge for the compensation fund. And I think AG has been consistently raising the matter. And what we have seen is that systems are being developed, although it's not at the speed that one would like to see. But management is responding by establishing the necessary relations. And for us as audit committee is to increase the pace or the pressure to make sure that those yield the dividends that we all need to see. Because at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we can get to a stage where we can say our revenue is complete. All the employers who should be declaring and being assessed are actually finally within the purview of the compensation fund. And although we do understand that that takes time, but I think we come with that understanding that let's see management putting measures in place. And one of the things that we'll be doing is to actually zoom into the action plan that management will be compiling to make sure that we take all the issues that have been raised, in fact, not just by AG, but also by our internal auditors, so that management can, on a continuous basis, account as to what progress has been made on a continuous basis. And we make sure that we are dealing with the issues that the next time around, we should be able to see progress. And I think to wrap my response, Chair, I would say the measure for us all is not really just to address findings, but to see an overall improvement in the control environment so that the performance and the outcomes of even AG as a great yardstick can reflect the progression from a disclaimer to a far better outlook of what the results should be. So I think whilst we're doing on a regular basis our monitoring, our oversight, and holding management to account, but our real target is to see that those measures that are being implemented to deal with the control environment, to make sure that all risk and governance issues that are being tackled are being addressed. How quickly can those get us to a stage where we can say, indeed, even AG agrees that our outcomes are marching closer towards being unqualified and finally clean audit status. So what I can say, Jay, is that we have a new team. We committed to really joining the efforts that the Minister, the DM, DG, and Commissioner, and the management team is employing, so that we can really give them an independent view and holding them to account. And really where there's gaps, we will continue putting more effort in highlighting those to them and making sure that where consequences need to be taken, they indeed are taken. Because that's one of the issues that I think AG raises, that we've seen areas where some of the areas really, they should have been avoided by now. So I think in the midst of dealing with the disclaimer, in some areas, there's maybe low-lying fruit which really need to have been dealt by now. And I think it's in that respect that as an audit committee, we're saying for the low-lying fruits, for example, the issue of saying there's no evidence for some of the irregular expenditure, that should not happen. There's no excuse for that. So we'll be zooming into those areas to make sure that those that can be dealt with without further ado, they must be addressed, and we bring those to the fore, and we actually escalate to make sure that work is being done and people who are not doing what they should be doing, we need to get responses that Commissioner and the DG are taking appropriate measures. And those that are systemic, that need further investment, that need to build a new set of skills, we'll look at the timelines that they're putting forward so that we can monitor progress and see indeed whether we are able to turn the tide. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mankuku. I hope I'm pronouncing you correctly. The chair of the board. Am I correct, DG?
Yes, you are correct, Chair. Ms. Tembinene. Shezi.
Chair, she has not joined yet. She was stuck in traffic earlier on, so I see she hasn't joined. So maybe she will just speak as soon as she joins.
Are there any other clarities? I see. No, Honorable Dana, do you want the minister to respond now on your question? I've noted your question.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, Honorable Member. I've noted your question that was directed to the minister. So when the minister is then to respond, she will also respond to your question. I hope you are comfortable with that. Are you coming up with another question? It's fine. You can ask. It will be yourself. It will be Honorable Ndabe, and then I've also got something to ask also. Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Chair. Now I'm comfortable with that. It's fine. I thought the minister will respond when he responds. I just have two more clarity-seeking questions to the compensation fund. The first one is. And I'll just read from the AG's report as well. Material misstatements identified by the auditors in the submitted financial statements were not adequately corrected, and the supporting records could not be provided for the audit. I asked the question to the Auditor General's office as well as to why the material misstatements could not be corrected, because they did give time for those corrections to be made. And the answer was that the filing system was not in order. So I'd like to know, a fund that works with billions of rands, why are their filing system not in order to a point where they cannot correct material misstatements in their financial statements? And my second question is, there was insufficient supporting evidence and listings to support the performance achievements. These listings did not agree with the annual performance report for the percentage of medical invoices finalized within 14 days of receipt and the percentage of the pre-authorizations responded within 10 working days on previously finalized cases. Now, this is quite worrying to me because the figures in the annual performance reports are given to the portfolio committee as well, and we use these figures to do our oversight work. And if we don't have the correct figures, then we are hampered in our oversight work. And I would like to know, are we being deceived with the incorrect figures? Are these figures incorrect due to incompetence? And if not, what is the reason for these figures being incorrect? And when will we receive the correct figures? And why are these figures incorrect? Thank you, Chair. That is all for now.
Thank you, Honorable Ndabe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks for the response from the Audit Committee Chair, the newly elected one. Hopefully, this is one of the interventions that has been identified to be effected as per the the AG's report. If you look at the AG's report, Chair, on slide 17, it talks about the internal control deficiencies, leadership, what type of intervention is required, financial and performance management, intervention required, on governance, compensation funds, intervention required, meaning that, Chair, there is a serious issue on the issue of capacity, skills in the finance department of the compensation fund. And Honorable Dana has just covered me on the issue of the annual financial statements, both consolidated and separated, because according to the AG's report, they did not comply with the legislation. And one of the critical areas that an organization or an institution is to be seen as a going concern is its capacity to be in a position to perform financially. And if it doesn't, based on what we are being told, it seems as if those who are given responsibility to perform this task do not have the capacity to do so. And you know, Chair, that based on the management letter that the AG talked about when she did the presentation, said there has been 10 years of disclaimer on the provision for claims, provision for CVP, provisions for non-exchange transactions, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, all these disclaimed for 10 years. Now, if for argument's sake that the fund employed a commissioner 4 or 5 years ago, the CFO 4 or 5 years ago, surely some of the issues on what has been a disclaimer prior to their joining the institution should have been reduced. But here it says 10 years from then up to date. So that's why the Auditor General is putting up an intervention required on the summary of control measures that need to be put in place. So it's a serious concern, Chair, a very serious one. And we would like to know, when are we getting a report that talk to monthly, quarterly report that has an action plan based on what the Auditor General has asked them to do? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtabe. I just want to, this has been triggered by the newly appointed chair of the audit committee's remarks when he said there are areas that should have been avoided or attended to by now. And I think the question will then be directly to the leadership through the DG and the commissioner, because under key internal control deficiencies under leadership, the AG is saying the compensation fund has encountered a number of challenges for a number of years, which affected the ability to operate to the highest level of excellence. The causes of these challenges were not attended to for a long period, and this resulted in poor performance. I'm raising this with the understanding that you said you have there's a plan that you had from 2019, which is to address this. Now, what the chair of the audit team, of the audit committee say, some of the things could have been attended to. I would appreciate if he can just point us to those, because we are engaged in a process of wanting to understand, but also want to ensure that the compensation fund is led by people who are very vigilant. Honorable Dana said, how then do you have a filing system that is in tatters, if I can say, when you are managing billions of rands? Because it then means your filing system ought to be whether it's numerical, whether it's alphabetical, whether it's color coded, but it needs to be up to scratch. So I'm trying, for me as the chair, it's more on leadership, because if you have got a disclaimer of these years, it talks about the leadership of the institution, commissioner, and your staff. So those are the issues that I want clarity on. I see Honorable Mkondo's hand is up. Honorable Mkondo.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I don't know whether we'll be able to get the answers that we want here, but then, Chair, I understand that these challenges have been there when some of the officials were appointed, but I think you have correctly responded to that one, Chair, that when you join an institution, you inherit everything. But Chair, I want to go back to the Auditor General's report that led us to where we are today. There are slides that are talking about the compensation fund receiving a disclaimer opinion in the following areas, and they are listed. And then again, can we, Chair, get a clarity as to what the Auditor General has raised here? Because I think colleagues are prepared with this one, because they knew it was in this report, because it is clear as to exactly what was expected of them, and they did not do it or they did not comply. As to, because Chair, I cannot hear the future plan of the compensation fund. I just hear what has always been done, but unfortunately, it doesn't yield the desired results. So it means maybe some strategies need to be changed, because we pose this question: how was this done? We are told there have been two turnaround strategies. There have been skills development. There have been human resource enhancement. There's been a lot of things, Chair, but unfortunately, all those things are not enough to take the institution out of the troubles they have with the Auditor General. They do not help us to comply with the mandate to make sure that finances are run sufficiently in the institution. So, Chair, I'm just looking at what the AG has listed. Can we maybe get time, or maybe even out of this meeting, them responding to each and every area that the AG has listed that they did not do, specifically for the 2020-2021 financial year? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhonto. And as the commissioner or the chair is going to respond on governance in terms of the key internal controls deficiency, the Office of the Auditor General is saying the recommendations of the internal audit and the audit committee are not adequately implemented. And I think Commissioner will try and explain to us. And because it further says, as a result, these functions are made not to be effective. Because this, in my view, this whole, should I say, it's no more a challenge, this whole mess that the compensation is finding itself in is that it talks more about the leadership, the capacity and the ability of the leadership to be able to deal with this. So we are here to really try to make us understand. We will then come, allow members to put some recommendations on what is it that we are to do from now. But if we can just get some clarities on some of these areas, it will be the chair. I don't know whether the chair of the board has managed to log in. If not, I will then request the commissioner to come in before the DG and the minister.
Thank you, Chair. The chairperson has confirmed that she's in. She was just waiting to be let into the meeting, Chair. If the host can just check. And while they're letting her in, I can then respond to the areas that I needed.
Okay, Mr. Sakaza, Mr. Sakaza, can you let her in? Then she will come after the commissioner. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So, Chair, I think maybe starting from the point that was raised around the management not implementing the recommendations of the audit committee of the internal audit. So when we looked at a number of the control deficiencies that we have in the fund, a lot of them were systemic, some of them related to the systems that we're using in the fund. And there's been a lot of work that we've done to try and enhance the systems to address some of the control areas. However, in some of the areas, because of the poor configuration of those systems at the time when they were deployed, certain things you're unable to do. And in some of these areas, we then had to resort to addressing those control weaknesses in the new systems that we're developing. We've implemented ComEase, we've spoken about it a lot, and a number of control deficiencies that we could not address in both in the old SEP system as well as the Umehluko system. We've been able to then make sure that we address these things in the system. Honorable Dana spoke about the issues of the listings that do not support AOPO, or listings that do not even support the financial statements. So, for example, when the compensation fund implemented SEP in 2012, the system was not adequately configured to be able to support the fund. For example, The reason why, for example, that we can produce and show that we've paid so much money, but if we have to produce the listings as requested by the AG that would then support each and every claim and link and provide a straight-through link from a claim when it's processed on the operation system to when it's paid on the financial system. We are unable to do so because for unknown reasons, the fund implemented a financial management system without a sub-module that carries all the creditors' listings with it. So for a long time, we then had to struggle in trying to produce listings that would then adequately support what is in the operation systems as well as what is in the GL. So those are some of the challenges, for example, that would lead to some of the issues with regard to the AG not being able to place reliance on the figures that we put in our financial statements. And these are things that, for example, we've addressed in CompEasy. We were able to address this on the revenue side because the revenue system, when it was implemented with the correct sub-modules. There were some issues that we needed to address in the first action plan that would then allow us to be able to start producing the reliable listings that could be used by the AG to audit. However, on the claim side, we were unable to do so, and we could only do so on the CompEasy system. So that is why in the 2019-2020 audit report, you still see some of these issues being raised as an issue. The fact that we're using one integrated system now for our claims process, the issues of listings also that support AOPO, it's not going to be an issue because we now produce reports directly out of the CompEasy system as opposed to us having to rely on extracts that sometimes have to be manually manipulated and prone to errors that we've seen in the past that led to some of the issues raised with regard to AOPO. There has been a number of enhancements that were done even to the system to address a lot of the control weaknesses. So management was not sitting and not doing anything. We had to look at some of the things we could do immediately, and some of the things, unfortunately, took us a bit of more time, especially when it comes to policy matters. We spoke about a number of policy issues that we've addressed on the revenue side, as well as some of the cleanup that we've had to do because of the transactions that had taken place in the past around loadings, reductions, variation of assessments, and so on. So a lot of those things we then implemented, and we will start to see the fruits of those in the coming year. Honorable Ndabe spoke about the issues around provisions, this CVPs and OCR, and those are all the things that were related to the claims and the manner in which the system was giving us information. And because it was not satisfactory to the auditors in the way that it was given, obviously then we would then get some of the disclaimers. But we have closed those gaps in CompEasy, and with regard to the outstanding claims reserves, now that we've closed it on CompEasy, there's still a lot of work that we need to do to try and clean up the reserves in the past. And some of these material misstatements that we could not correct also relate to a lot of those issues that now that we've stopped the tap from leaking and we've basically implemented the controls, it makes it easier for us to go back and look at a lot of these areas where there were prior year misstatements so that we can then look at them and address them. In the action plan that we've been busy with developing with the DG, we've actually come up with a lot of concrete steps towards how we're going to then deal with a lot of these prior issues that we had in the past, now that we've cleaned up the environment going forward. So I think the plan, we've developed the plan, and we have been working over the last few weeks on a plan that would then make sure that we then clean up the rest of the environment, having now implemented a new system and also having implemented a number of policy changes on the revenue side. That would then get us to address some of those outstanding issues that are still a cause for the disclaimers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is the Chair in? Mr. Sakaza, is the Chair of the board in?
Honorable Chair, there are two people that we were reluctant to admit because they came with numbers. I've since admitted them, but I don't know whether one of them is the Chair.
Can those people identify themselves, please? Can those people who have come in with numbers identify themselves, please?
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
1303 8061. My name is Pietro Roux. I'm the Director HRM&D from UIF.
In future, you must identify yourself with a name. So that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll do that.
Okay. And 166943.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Welcome. You can mute. And who is 1694333? Whilst we are waiting for that person to identify herself or himself, Minister, can you respond on some of the questions that you have been asked? Is the minister still in?
Yes, I'm here, Chairperson.
Welcome. All right.
Thank you to you, Chair, and the members of the committee. The Deputy Minister, the DG, and all the officials of the UIF and the compensation fund led by their commissioners. Chair, maybe I must put it like this, that the issue of the forensic audit, the issue of the forensic audit was contained in my input to SCOPA, of which the SCOPA adopted that particular recommendation. Because I'd been mulling over this issue for a long time, but I needed a focused audit, not just a wide audit, because we are not going to have a forensic audit for everything. That will be never ending. You need a focused audit, and I think in my discussions with the AG, they've been able to also guide. But honorable members should also remember that this matter was raised previously by the very same committee, the portfolio committee we are in today. So it has not just arisen from the scope. And on consequent management, I must emphasize, Chairperson, I was the first to act. And honorable members must also understand that, I mean, after the AG's audit outcome on TERS, I was the first to act, which was part of the consequent management. I started the process. But there must be an understanding that consequent management is not an event, but a process. It has a life of its own. Because once you kickstart those processes, it starts involving lots of people, legal people, people from outside. And most of the time, some members who are outside the establishment become part of that, with all the intricacies of our own labor legislation, which must be respected. You have to follow all those processes. So I must emphasize that we are continuing. So all those processes are still, it's work in progress.
Can you sit come more to your left, because we only see...
Okay, let me change my thing. Thank you.
Yes.
on the issue of the performance agreement, I've started the process of reviewing the performance agreement. We are done with the DG's performance agreement because it had to be based on my performance agreement, which I signed with the president. And you would remember in Parliament, when questions were asked to the president, but not in the last section, in the previous sessions, the president was able to say that we were in progress dealing with that. And if I'm correct, towards the end of last year, or at the beginning of, towards the end of last year, we did sign our performance agreements with the president. Hence, then we've had to do a review of the DG's performance agreements. It's there, it's available. And it's a matter which we are following. So one can say it's ongoing. And when I do an appraisal, it will be based on this new performance. And remember, the new performance appraisal is based on the new mandate. The new mandate which has added the issue of the employment. I must indicate also, maybe I didn't put it very clearly, that the issue of the forensic investigation I've instructed the DG together with the commissioner to kickstart the processes of appointing the service provider. And you would know that I cannot appoint a service provider. I have to use the officials to do that. But it's a matter which I'm monitoring. The intention is to ensure that if it works well, and we must not violate the SM or the SCM processes, we must ensure that we do it properly. It doesn't become an audit issue again. That is in process. We intend that by the end of June, maybe if all works well, we are done with that. And by the way, even on the terms of reference, as we are finalizing them, we have to consult with the AG and see if they are addressing the issues which they have raised, because it's important that we consult with the AG. And I've also indicated that, unfortunately, this was put to us by SCOPA, and I think the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor should also demand this. The action plans, both the entities are hard at work coming up with the action plans which have to be submitted. We were given 21 days from the day or the days we appeared in the scope of the action plans which we are going to be following. And even those action plans, as we finalize them, we have to also show the AG if indeed they are addressing what is supposed to be addressed. And it's work in progress. And I think even this portfolio committee must demand those from us so that they can be able to hold us accountable. These are the short term. But long term, I think it's what the HRM of, for instance, the UIF has said, and I think even with the compensation fund, clearly the organizational review, looking at the systemic issues, I was not satisfied with what was done before. But the reality is, whilst the people who are inside have to do that. I think we can't avoid bringing in experts from outside to look at these institutions, because these are insurance companies, if you may, and any insurance business might need specialized expertise. You need people like actuaries, chartered accountants. You need people who have been in the banking industry, in the insurance industry. That's the systematic review which we're dealing with. And you need a Rolls Royce in terms of the IT system, like the compensation fund has. But if we think that we're still going to rely on the CETA system, which has given lots of problems, which is on and off, which has stops and go, and we talk about the system which is problematic, it's not going to help us. But these are the issues which I'm trying to address at the level where they are supposed to be addressed, that we are given the permission to look for a better system. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Can you please mute? Is it? I'm trying to still check if the chair of the board has logged in. Mr. Mafata, DG, is the chair?
I have not seen her chair. It could be that load shedding is playing its part as well. So there's issue with that.
Oh, okay. I think DG, you'll indicate if she has come in, if she has managed to log in. I think, honorable members, we have listened to the responses. I think I don't know, can I make a proposal that what are we?
Excuse me, Chair.
Minister? Yes, Minister.
The chairperson of the board is trying to link up. I've just spoken to him. Yeah. She's trying, but I think she will be here in a minute. In a minute, she will be here, but we can continue.
Yes. Who is this 1669433? Whose mic? Who wants to speak? Because his mic is on. Who is he or she?
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
That's the chairperson of CF board. I've just managed to be logged in now.
Okay.
My apologies for being late. I wasn't aware that I was expected to attend the meeting. So my sincere apology for that. And I had challenges with the system because we are not using Zoom in the office. So I had to get the IT guys to come and assist me in that regard.
Okay. Okay, that maybe you didn't start with us. There are a number of issues. There are issues that have been raised in terms of governance, in terms of the leadership, in terms of controls by Auditor General. We just wanted to have what then becomes the view of the board through you, and with the understanding that it's an advisory board. So we would also like to, as the committee, to hear what then will be your response. And that is because for almost 8 years, the fund has a disclaimer. That is why we have then requested the entire leadership of the fund to respond on some of the questions and issues that have been raised by the Auditor General. We just wanted your office, the board, through you as its leader, what will be your take And what will be your observations?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting. It's a pity that I missed the beginning of the presentation from the compensation fund this morning. The areas that for me have been a concern, it's the issue of the the audits. That we've had a disclaimer for a very long time as a compensation fund, and we have been struggling to move from the original program that we're using, which was Umehluko, and we moved to ComEasy, but also ComEasy, a lot has been done in terms of trying to make it work so that the people that we're servicing, they actually get their what they require from us as a matter of agency. The issue of the disclaimers, we've discussed a lot in a board meeting. In fact, we're supposed to have a board meeting yesterday, but the commissioner and the DG had another commitment, so we couldn't actually meet. The purpose is for us to look clearly into why are we finding ourselves in this space, and what are we going to do as a matter of agency to turn the things around, because we cannot afford, as the board, to have another disclaimer coming soon. I know that the process is not going to be as quick as we want, but we've said to the commissioner, they have a responsibility to come up with a clear action plan, which they've been working on with the Director General. And that action plan had to have a clear indication of the deadlines when we can actually sit and say to ourselves, we are getting somewhere else. So for me, that was the main issue. And in assisting the management of the compensation fund, in terms of understanding the seriousness of these issues, and also to capacitate them to be able to respond accordingly to what we are expecting as the board. We had invited Auditor General to come and give us a brief overview of what are their views about where we are not finding ourselves, and how we can actually get to that point. We spent a lot of time on those issues, and we got to a point where we say, there might be areas where we are not in agreement of, but there might be, the most important thing is the areas where we have to turn things around. So that process went through, and it led to, in our view, which was also important, is that if you say, okay, fine, I know next time I'm still gonna get a disclaimer. So we said, no, at the end of the day, we need to have an operation clean audit. It's driven by the Director General, and it's expected of all departments, including CF, needs to work on the process of coming up with Operation Clean Audit. We've seen positive results in some of the areas where other offices are able now to achieve all their targets, but there are other areas that still need to be worked on. I am confident as the chairperson of the board that from the scoper and the work that is done right now by the DG and the compensation commissioner, including the management, because there are issues of governance as well that we have to look at. So the comfort that we have at the moment, which is not the one that we are hoping that it will take long, is the fact that the DG is working on this with the other staff members.
No, thank you very much, ma'am. I think we are, as the chair of the committee, I think we will, for now, I will say everybody, including the board, is committed and in ensuring that things are turned around. But it will be the committee members that will then propose timeframes and what is to be done in terms of us monitoring that process. That I think we are going to monitor, we're going to conduct an oversight. The ministry will have to account, led by Honorable Noise and his DM and the DG. And we will also call you as and when. So for now, I will then request honorable members just to make proposals on when we hear that the minister has been given 30 days to deal with the issue of the forensic audit. There are some areas within that I think that we must put some time frame in monitoring. I want to hear members. Now it's just proposals, members. What do you, for instance, if I can just throw in and say, we're in the constituency office, but our first meeting, in August, we must then be given a detail, what information. I'll make an example, how then they are dealing with the issue of filing. What is it that they are doing? We'll want to know. So by end of July, our first week when we come back in August, we'll call the compensation fund to come and say, this is what we are doing. So I will then hand over to members. Now, members, you have listened to the responses and everybody and the chair of the board. I'll request the chair of the board to mute so that we close with compensation fund and we then go to UIF. I hope I'm understood. Honorable Dana, that's the hand. Any other hand? Honorable Mkondo. Honorable Dana, Honorable Mkondo. Yes, Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I understood you correctly. Can I just ask, the minister mentioned that both the UIF and the compensation fund were instructed by SCOPA to deliver action plans within 21 days from the date of the SCOPA meeting when it took place. And I agree with the minister that we as a committee must also, through you, Chair, ask these entities to come and report on those action plans. But can I just ask, because you specifically mentioned the filing system, I'm sure that both entities have already started with these action plans. Can we maybe just ask them what they already have identified in these action plans so we can contribute to that if we see anything that is not in there that we feel that they must deliver an action plan on, if expressing that correctly, Chair?
Are you saying they must identify now the areas that they are dealing with in their action plan? Am I getting you correctly?
Yes, Chair. If they have started with that, so we can contribute if we feel there are areas that they do not have, that they are basing their action plan on, so they can include that, so they can come and give feedback in our first meeting in August as well.
Okay. Honorable Mkondo.
Thanks, Chair. In addition to that, Chair, can they commit as to how going forward are they going to improve in what the AG has raised? There are many issues that the AG has raised, if they can go to each and every aspect of what the AG has raised that is not going on correctly by their side, if they can in that report tell us as to exactly how do they aim to improve and give us time frames so that we are able to do oversight, Chair. And there is this thing, Chair, also of data that we are always reported on. Can that thing of data be reliable and match with the data that were being given by the AG's office? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. If there are no other, Mr. Mdabe, Honorable Mdabe.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Minister has already alluded to the timeframes that are already in place between the compensation fund and the SCOPA. Can we therefore agree that those are the dates that then they should then be giving us the information, therefore deal with those issues of engaging them as you have proposed, that when we come back in August, we then engage with them based on what then they have presented, because I think it would be a duplication if ever we have more dates than what has already been agreed to. Thanks to you.
Thank you very much. I will then ask the DG, then finally it will be the Minister. Honorable Mkondo, is it an old hand? Can you please lower your hand?
Yes, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair.
DG, and then the Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the honorable members. Chair, I do want to confirm that with regards to the compensation fund, we have finalized the action plan, and we will be presenting it to the honorable Minister and the DM very soon. We'll also share it with AG, just for them to also provide guidance in terms of whether we have addressed the control deficiencies that they've pointed out. And the difference between this action plan and the previous action plans is that this one is very, very pointed. And also the timeframes are very short. We have, for instance, we have very few action steps that are long term. Most of the action steps are short to medium, because we have realized that a number of these things, as indicated by the audit, the chair of the audit chairperson, that some of the things could have been achieved, quicker. And one of those things is the area of enforcement. All what it needed was a letter from the Compensation Commissioner to the Inspection and Enforcement Services DG, for her to make sure that on a monthly basis they provide inspection reports, which will indicate the employers that they have inspected and the new employers that they've identified who are not contributing to the fund. So that has taken, it took actually a day for that to happen. So those are the kinds of actions that we're putting so that we don't take a long time to resolve something, except it will be something that will require that we send out a tender, but those are very few in terms of the action steps that we have put together. Chair, there are 4 areas that I would like to talk to. briefly on the compensation fund, because part of the work that we've been doing in the compensation fund, especially in the last few weeks that I've spent time with the compensation fund, we have identified a number of areas, and what I'm going to say also relates to the process that the committee is seized with of working through the bill and the number of inputs that we've received that are objecting to the work that we're doing as a compensation fund. And having had disclaimer audit outcomes for the past 10 years, and having taken a number of decisions that we need to put systems in place, we're facing a serious onslaught. Earlier on, the commissioner indicated that we had to do a number of changes in the compensation, and a number of the problems that we're experiencing are systems related challenges. We have undertaken a number of investigations, for instance, in the area of revenue matters. We have identified a number of practices by external parties that are colluding with staff members of the fund. And I want to talk to just briefly on the areas areas of concern that we've picked up. Firstly, on the variation of assessment, and this was raised previously, I think by one of the committee members in the last appearance that we had before the committee. Here we're talking about issues relating to loadings and discounts. So in terms of Section 85 of the COIT Act, the Director General may vary an assessment of an employer. This may result in an increased assessment, we often refer to as loading, or a reduced assessment, which is often referred to as a discount. So you have a loading and a discount. This section of the legislation is intended to encourage employers to maintain safe working places and reduce the number of workplace incidents. However, it has become a subject of abuse over the last few years. And in our assessment, Chair, in our assessment of the practice, we found that employers who for large numbers of years had enjoyed the discounted rates, which some were in excess of policy limits that were set by the fund. And the quest for these discounts led to a number of problems, both for the fund and for those whose interest the legislation was meant to safeguard, that is the workers. And this practice of a third-party consultant is promising employers a reduced assessment, and in turn achieve this by not registering claims of workers to maintain a low claims. And then third parties will enlist employers as clients with a promise for discounted COIDA tariffs and then colluding internally to achieve it. So in an effort to clean up, we took a decision in 2016, 2017 to stop the practice of varying the tariffs of assessment of employers and begin the process of cleanup of the existing database of employers. At the completion of the process, all employers' loadings were cancelled in 2019 and discounts in 2020, resulting in all employers being restated to the original rates applicable to the industry they operate in. So this is one of the challenges that we are facing because of the action that we've taken. We are now receiving the criticism because of the cleanup that we are doing. Secondly, the registration in incorrect classes of requests for subclass changes. Historically, Chair, the fund has had a complex employer classification model, which resulted in employees being classified under 23 industry classes, with each industry class comprising of a number of subclasses, which add up to 102. I think we have spoken about this at the committee. And each class has its own unique assessment rates, which is aligned to the risky nature of the industry. So the more risk the industry is, the higher the subclass rate, and the less risk the industry is, the lower the subclass rates. And that's the model. Employers are often approached by some of the unscrupulous third-party consultants who promise them millions of rands in refunds from the compensation fund. The modus operandi here is to approach the fund with a story that the employer is incorrectly classified. Often since inception of a few years back, should the fund accede to the request, a subclass change will result in refunds back to the employer. The fund is inundated with such requests, and when verifications are done, a lot of misrepresentation is found, resulting in unsuccessful requests, and it's a time-consuming and expensive exercise to divert resources of the fund towards addressing these challenges. So in an effort to simplify the assessment process, we reported earlier on to the fund, to the committee, that we began a process of revisiting the employer industry classes with the aim of reducing the subclass industry rates to 13 from the current 102. So unfortunately, the process took a long time. I think it took about 3 years, and because of the objections and the public comments and resistance to this change that we received. And finally, the minister published the regulation in December 2019 with the effective implementation of 1st of March 2021. So effectively this year, we're implementing the new subclass, the new class regime. This means that the industry classes have been reduced to 13, including a new domestic class for workers. So the reason we implemented this, and we're implementing this over a period of 5 years, we've given ourselves 5 years. We want to smoothen the impact on both the fund and the employers. So the third point, Chairperson, is collusion with the internal staff. We have picked up that there are third parties that are colluding with internal staff, and often staff promise favored services or preferential treatment to third-party consultants and frustrate those employers who do not want to use services of third-party consultant. So in an effort to address this matter while addressing system and process controls, we have sought to automate processes to enable employers to do these things themselves. And again, we're hitting a snag because there's a lot of resistance towards this. The last one, Chair, is fraudulent use of the departments and the fund's name. So we have seen the emergency of some companies who purport to be the department, and they are registered with the CIPC as a Department of Labor Pty Ltd, or the fund, which is registered as a compensation house. And this has an effect of misleading employers by claiming to the department or the compensation fund and receiving contributions from employers and issuing them with fraudulent and invalid letters of good standing. So they register in this company and they receive funding, they receive these contributions. So they don't even, the contributions don't make it to the fund because there's a loophole at the CIPC where some of the people are working with these syndicates. The fund has automated we have now automated the letters of good standing, and only employers who are fully compliant to generate the letters of good standing from the department's website. This can never be issued manually by an official of the fund. However, these unscrupulous criminals misrepresent the information and defraud employers. We are now looking into how we can improve the security and safety of the letters of good standing and overhaul the entire process of verifying employer compliance. While we recognize the right of every South African to exercise their trade, this cannot be done in an unethical manner which compromises the rights of others. COIDA is an instrument which has been designed to ensure that every working South African has access to social security as enshrined in the constitution of the country. And by undermining the legitimate processes, the third-party consultants deprive workers of this right to social security. We're raising this, Chair, because besides the issues that are raised by the Auditor General, we have ethical issues that not only us as a fund must deal with, but everybody who is associated with the fund, including the third parties that do business with the fund, because they do have access to the system. So we thought we'll raise this because it creates a problem. You're trying to solve this problem and something else comes up. And I believe that it takes two to tango. So whilst we looking at the role played by our officials, we are also looking at the role that is played by third parties in destabilizing the fund, because their business models are based on the inefficiencies of the fund. So as we're closing the taps, the leaking taps, we're getting this kind of resistance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Before the minister comes in, I hope the Auditor General's office is still around, because I just want to get clarity on their view in terms of audit, with the understanding that we are in this pandemic COVID-19 challenge, is that it has been raised here that there are also compensation fund offices and their leaders at provincial level. So the involvement, the participating their compensation fund offices at that level. Don't you think that you have to, I don't know how you sample your auditing, but don't you think that it would be advisable that we are trying to assist and clean up, that you go down to provinces, whether you take 1 or 2 provinces, I don't know, but this thing of auditing provinces, because I don't know whether when you conduct your audit, the samples are only taken at a national office level. I don't know whether the office of the AG has still logged in. If they can just respond to that, then after that, I will then give over to the minister to wrap off on this issue of the compensation fund.
May I go ahead, Honorable Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you may.
All right, thank you so much. We are keen, we can try and work around it. Obviously for us, it will be important that at national office level, they support us on the logistics in terms of who will be the responsible people at provincial or district level. Just so that when we get there, there's an alignment between the information we would have gotten from the head office and the information that we ought to get from the provinces. And normally when we do the provincial visits, we insist that somebody from the national office be there so that our teams don't come back to report things that may be missing or incorrect, and there is an ownership at national office level. So if management can commit to work on that process and ensure that our teams are accompanied, we can try and work around those visits definitely. And obviously the issues of the COVID-19 compliance will be keen, because we also try to minimize the exposure of our team in this current times. But we are keen to take that conversation, obviously the DG and the Commissioner, and see if it can work better. We are available to take that. Thank you so much.
Can I just check with you if my thinking is correct, that you said for 1920 audit, you have not dealt in depth with the system of ComEase. Am I correct if I captured that correctly when you responded the last time when it was asked? You may respond.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. So far as ComEase, it's informing the reporting in the financial statement. It would not have been detailed for the financial year 19. Our understanding is that the comprehensive and complete reporting on the basis of ComEase should be in the 2021 financial year. That's where we'll be able to see fully whether all the dynamics that used to be in Umehluko or the manual system are completely finished. But we did do an analysis of just how the system is structured while they were implementing it, just to make sure that we tell them on time on what we believe is not working already. But you are right, your summation is correct, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Minister? On compensation fund.
Yes. Chairperson, there are a number of short-term issues which we have identified, and we have said we are going to be putting them in our action plan, which will also be submitted to you as the main committee, because I think you are the ones who are supposed to be monitoring us. If it means on a monthly basis, so be it. And I believe that we must not say much now, except to say you must see those action plans. And then after that, you start monitoring us in terms of that. So there must be less talk now, and there must be action and delivery. And I promise that that's what we will be doing, including those areas of concern, consequent management, the issues of the basic controls, and so on. I must just leave it there and not say much, Chairperson. And I'm also requesting, I'm a bit challenged, that as we deal with the UIF, maybe the Deputy Minister would be able to respond to some of the issues. I'm a bit challenged now where I am. I have to respond to some emergency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we have now round up the compensation fund. We are now going to UIF. And I think DM and I hope the DM is still around. Can I get an indication?
I'm here, Chair.
I just want to put across to the minister and yourself and the DG that the reason that we really wanted the leadership of the UIF to also be part of this meeting is because there is in terms of the audit report, there's a red light that is flickering, and we don't want to taking experience from compensation fund. We don't want to find the next administration having to say we have inherited an entity that has got this challenge in terms of audit. So that is why we also we said they must also come in the order of the commissioner, the CFO, the COO, the head of administration, the internal audit, because we want to take the same route. We'll take the same approach, that the minister will come at the end this time. Members are going to ask questions, and therefore relevant people in terms of their delegation will then respond. So the first question that was asked, which I think it will then be responded to at the time that responses are to be tabled, is that it's our understanding that the commissioner of the UIF was suspended, and we see that he is here. What is it? That's the first question, which I will propose that when the time permits, the member of the executive through the DM will respond to that. Honorable members, first takers on the UIF, Honorable Dana. I'm just waiting for hands. I see only one hand for now. Honorable Dana, Honorable Kado. I thought Honorable Kado has left the meeting, but I'm happy that he's here. Honorable Mkonto, in that order. I will then see the others because so it's Honorable Dana, Honorable Kado, Honorable Mkondo, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I have just 3 questions for now. The first question, again, material misstatements could not be corrected in the time given, again, due to records that could not be provided. The filing system is a problem. This was also confirmed during the AG's presentation. And I would like to know what the situation with the filing system is. Why is it not up to standard? And is this included in the action plan as well? And then my second question, financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and supported by full and proper records as required by the PFMA. This is the case with the compensation fund as well. And my question there is very short. Why do these financial statements not comply with the PFMA framework? And my last question is, disciplinary hearings were not held for confirmed cases of financial misconduct by officials. How many confirmed cases were there? Why were disciplinary hearings not held? And what has been done to correct this since? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Kado.
Thank you, Chair. One of the recommendations that the Auditor General made when its office presented to us last week was that consequence management should be implemented and monitored on UIF employees who had transgressed in respect of incurring irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and other sorts of financial misconduct. And I wanted to get a clear idea from the UIF how exactly that happens internally. And if the Minister is still on the call, perhaps the DM could answer this question. We read in today's newspapers that the top brass of the UIF is back at work, but this all seems to have happened very much below the radar, and we don't quite know what the story is with regards to disciplinary hearings and allegations around improper financial conduct to do with TERS. So I thought this might be a good opportunity for the Minister or the Deputy Minister to clear up the situation on the suspensions that were implemented last September of the UIF's top brass, explain to us exactly who's back in the saddle and if any disciplinary hearings remain outstanding, and also clarify what happened to those disciplinary hearings that were meant to take place in February. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kado. Honorable Mkondo.
Thanks, Chair. My first question is the one that I mistakenly posed when we're still dealing with the compensation fund. The fact that the commissioner seemingly is back, and we were never formally informed as the committee that he is back, and what happened to the charges that were laid against him. And then, Chair, the Auditor General, amongst other things, talked about the investment property as one of the areas that led to the qualification audit report. They stated that the investment properties values are incorrect. Chair, was this done deliberately, or was this information that was just directly taken from the investors' data? Why was this information given to the Auditor General? Thank you.
Honorable Mdabe.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions. First one is in relation to the annual financial statements that were not submitted for auditing within 2 months after the end of the financial year, and what were the reasons? The second question is the prepayment made that were made before services were received, meaning that they paid a service provider prior to the service provider providing services. So an advance payment, which is against the Treasury regulations. The last one is on the issue of slide 17 in relation to internal controls. On leadership, financial performance management, governance, Auditor General raised the issues of concern in terms of the oversight responsibility of the leadership, and then the daily and monthly controls and reporting on financial performance and management. Why is the UIF regressing, or why it has regressed from the previous year's audit outcomes? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. From my side, it's on the non-compliance with the legislation in terms of in the UIF fund. The financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and supported by full and proper records. I just want to, because that makes me to have goosebumps. Can the DG, who is the head of the administration, explain to us what is this? What is this? So, because to me it speaks volume. Speaks volume about the entire workings of this fund. It is in that context, I think, among other things, that I as the chair asked if we do have required skills and in this fund, and the Office of the Auditor General did respond, said, no, we do have skills, and people were employed accordingly. But is that people are just, it's at laser's fair. People are working in their uncle's farm. You know, when you are working at your uncle's farm, you do as you wish. It can't be. It can't be at the expense of the ordinary people. So why I'm saying DG, it's because at the end, you are the chief accounting officer, where all these things, the buck stop with you. We will then request responses, and then the DM will respond on the question that has been asked, that we see I see the other hand, Honorable Nontsele. Before that, Honorable Nontsele, do you have
Sorry, Chair, I had to take a quick break. On the UIF, Chair, I think the question that perhaps need to immediately be clarified is the one just to restate of the presence of the commissioner, so that we have comfort of clarity on that point. The second one is with regard to the same question that has been posed earlier on to the compensation fund with regard to the skills they have or possess or they have attracted over the period to respond to the issues relating to the application of financial systems, including GRAP, because the opinions of the audit outcome does in fact allude to the weaknesses in the systems. So we would need to get clarity on that. Finally, Chair, on the question relating to, again, the skills, attracted at both managerial and at technical side, what in fact interventions the UIF has done so that it is able to deal with the challenges that is currently faced with. We're aware about the sourcing of the support that they were explaining some time ago, the Harambee and so on. But internally, the question is how, for instance, you in fact are able to attract properly suited or fit for purpose staff so that you are able to deal with the kind of challenges that we are faced with. Finally, Ted, I said it was final. Finally, Ted, the question is about this ComEasy, the systems, it's a compensation fund thing. But the system that the fund is using, that has opened it to all manner of challenges. What interventions they have put in place so that the reasons that have led even to the suspensions that have currently have happened, have they been able to deal with those? I think it's related to the first question, Chair, the restatement of the first question of why the Commissioner has returned and what certainties that we can live with, taking into account that the serious allegations that were made leading to the suspensions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nonseli. The last one from my side is that on non-compliance with legislation, disciplinary hearings were not held for confirmed cases of financial misconduct committed by some of the officials. Why? Can we really be clarified, DG and DM, on that? But DM, can you please respond to the question around the commissioner who is back? Honorable Nonsele, can you lower your hand, please?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I need to say that, remember during the investigation by the SIU, the suspensions happened because we didn't want officials to interfere with the investigation. And therefore, and we said we would act after having received a report. And we have since, the SIU has since finalized their investigations and they have made recommendations that we are currently implementing. I must also state it here, yes, we do have officials who were back, but I must also state that the commissioner is not yet back at the fund, but reports to the office of the DG. He's reporting to the office of the DG until the recommendations of the SIU have been implemented. And charges have been issued to those that have something to answer to at this point in time, honorable members. So we are in that process of finalizing other matters based on the recommendations or on the report of the SIU. So the committee will be taken in confidence about some of the issues that we are busy with, maybe in the next portfolio committee meeting. But for more other information, the DG will add where I might have not arrived or presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, TM. DG, that means you will indicate who's going to respond where, and there are questions. There's a question that has been directed to you as the Chief Accounting Officer of the administration, as the accounting officer of the department. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask the CFO to talk to the issues of material misstatement on the financial statement. I think some of the questions that were asked by Honorable Dana. And we have Ms. Petro Ru, who's the Director Corporate Services, who's standing in for Advocate Yao, who's the Head of Corporate Services. She will talk to the issue of disciplinary hearings. I think the issue of lifting of suspension of UIF top brass, the DM has spoken to that. She will also, Ms. Ru, fill us in terms of what happened to the disciplinary processes that were meant to have taken place in February. I think there's also a question by Honorable Mkonto on why the AG was given incorrect information to Audit on investees. I think the CFO will respond to that. Same as the question, the reason for submitting financial statement late to AG that resulted in a non-compliance with the legislation. And the prepayment in contravening of the supply chain issues, the CFO will deal with that. I think on the reason why the CF is regressing, I think all of us will deal with this question. Maybe Tejan, who's the acting commissioner, will also deal with this matter. I think on the question on the presence of the commissioner, which was asked by Honorable Notzel, I think DM has responded to that. And again, the head of the person dealing with the corporate service issues will talk to the issue of skills attracted and what are the interventions that the fund is busy with. We also brought in the head of IT, Kola Monagali will talk to the IT system. And we will then finally talk to the issue, add to the issue of disciplinary hearing, why they have not been implemented. In that order, Chair. So we'll start with the CFO.
Thank you. CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, and the DM and the DG. Chair, if I may respond to the question raised by Honorable Dana on the issue of the misstatements, material misstatements in the financial statements, I'll combine it as well with a question around the quality of the financial statements that were submitted. The fund received 2 qualifications last year, which relate to the issues around the investment in associates and joint ventures. And the other one was around the issue of the technical reserves and how we had provided for the claims that were received but not yet approved. So the main reason for the material misstatement in this case and the non-compliance to GRAP, honorable members, was that the fund, due to the struggle in receiving financial information from the investee companies, we have more than 20 investee companies whom we're supposed to equity account for. That is, we were supposed to have applied GRAP 7 and 8 in terms of the GRAP standards. But because of our inability to get the required information from these investee companies via the PIC, we then opted for an impracticality. We applied for an impracticality to comply with the GRAP standard. So when AG looked at the efforts that we had followed or made to ensure that we receive the reports that we wanted from PIC and the associates, we were found wanting in that we could not demonstrate that all avenues were followed to ensure that information that was not submitted was escalated. There is a service level agreement between the fund and the PIC where we're supposed to have escalated these matters. But I think our follow-up was just a matter of writing to them, but not necessarily following up or following the legal process. So on this one, honorable members, this is one area that we've been struggling with as the fund, and has resulted in a qualification. But if I may indicate to members what we are doing this year is that we are working very closely again with PIC in ensuring that we get these audited apps and quality management accounts. And we are doing analysis on those financial statements. So the first one was the issue around the investee companies. That is one material misstatement, and it resulted in the financial statements not complying with the graph standards. The other qualification, members, was around our technical reserves and our provision in terms of the claims. So the fund obtained a technical opinion last year on how to account for these technical reserves. And I think, members, it was just a matter of interpretation and understanding on both sides. A lot of escalation and disagreement happened last year, but we agree with the AG's recommendations, and we are going to implement their investigations, their recommendations. I think what we required was that we needed to re-look at the actuarial report and ensure that it contains the information that would be required to ensure that we address the AG's finding. So we are confident that in the 2021 financial statements, we will be able to correct those misstatements for the previous financial year and for the current year. Honorable, if I may continue, Chair, there was also a question from Honorable Dana about the poor document management and our filing system. I can confirm to the members that to date, the staff were required to clean they had to clean the filing room and ensure that documents are easily accessible. So in that regard, I think we are covered in that there was work. Overtime was worked by the staff to ensure that all the documents, including supply chain documents, those ones have been properly filed and would then make it easy for us to retrieve those documents for audit purposes. If I may continue, Honorable Chair, I had another question from Honorable Mkonto regarding the investment in property around the issue of the valuations. What AG picked up was around the two properties that are currently under development. We have two properties that one we just procured a site at Sunnyside, and the construction is underway. And then the other one is our building at WF Nkomo. That building is also under reconstruction. What was picked up by AG is that when the valuation report was done by the evaluators, they missed the work in progress in those valuation reports. And I think for the current financial year, we have management accounts from them. And it was mainly due because of COVID. A lot of companies had closed down, and we struggled with getting information. So in an effort to address the audit finding, and mainly because majority of these audit or investee companies have a financial year end being March, others June, others September. So I think the aim was to ensure that we get quality information before we submit financial statements, and so that we were going to be able to address the material misstatements of the previous financial years. However, Chair, because we applied, we struggled to get the information and ended up having to apply for the impracticality when it comes to accounting on investment in associates and joint ventures. Chair, the other question from Honorable Ndabe is around the prepayments. This relates to the prepayments on the labor activation programs. In terms of the agreement, the contracts, we normally prepay for the startup and the stipends for the learners, but for the subsequent payments, we're not supposed to pay prepayments. I think it was the fault from the fund in that the contract were not implemented accordingly. So we have addressed that issue, and we are dealing with the issue of those prepayments, honorable members. Yes, thank you very much, honorable members. I think I've addressed all the questions that were allocated to me.
Thank you, Ms. Punzi. The next one, DG.
The next one, Chair, is Ms. Rue.
Good morning, honorable members. Thank you so much for having us. I would like to give feedback on the questions arising on the disciplinary cases investigated. And I would like to take you first to the irregular expenditures that we have cases on. We have 10 cases on irregular expenditure. Just to give you the status update on that. The internal investigation was completed on all the cases. However, the outcome thereof was not clear on the action that should be undertaken by management. And I think that was a critical issue. These cases has been reopened for forensic investigation, and further investigation will be conducted to institute the consequence management. In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, in terms of the cases, number of cases, we have 7 cases. In terms of 6 of those cases, the internal investigation was completed, and the outcome thereof was not clear on the action that is to be undertaken by management, and we have reopened it again for forensic investigation. And on one of the cases, the fund has recovered the money from the service provider, and further investigation will be conducted to institute consequence management. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is the next teacher?
Chair, there was a question on the clarity on the skills attracted. What are the interventions? So I'll ask the acting commissioner to talk to that, Tebogo Tichan.
Can we ask Ms. Punzi to mute and switch off her video? I see that. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. I've put my camera, but I don't see myself. I don't know if colleagues can see me. My name is Tebogo Tichan. DG, can you just hit me with that question again? I just missed it a little bit, please.
So that question was on the clarity on skills attracted to the fund, given the fact that there are issues raised by AG and the fact that we submit finances that don't meet the prescript. What are the interventions that are being made to make sure that we have a fit for purpose staff?
Thank you, DG, for that. In terms of skills, we have in a year or so embarked in a process of job grading and also evaluating the fit for purpose in terms of the work that we do as UIF. Through the Office of the Chief Director, Corporate Services, there is a study that has been conducted. Currently, we have embarked on a process of reviewing the structure of UIF, as has been indicated, alongside with compensation fund. A submission has been submitted in the value chain to augment, firstly, the structure of the UIF to be requisite to the demands of our clientele out there. We are also looking in terms of placement of relevant personnel with relevant skills in appropriate positions. And also, there's a very purposeful drive in terms of attracting colleagues or rather potential staff members with relevant skills. So that's what we are doing in terms of addressing that, Chair. Now, in terms of the quality or the clinical nature of the information that we submit, we have noted that and AG has raised the matter to say in the manner in which we submitted the previous financials and the current one, we had changed the manner in which we were doing that, and that's where we were found wanting. We have then corrected that to submit them exactly how we used to submit them because they never got us into a challenge. So that's what we are doing. And we are also using our service provider, Ultimax, in ensuring that we quality check and we evaluate the information that we provide. And we've also agreed as management that in actual fact, we've taken a resolution to provide a process where there's verification of information along the value chain so that everyone verifies the information, it gets signed off, but we must also do everything on time because what we've picked up, the challenge is that we have really dealt with issues at the nick of time, and that has compromised the manner in which we have compiled our information, the quality thereof. Therefore, moving forward, we strive to provide clinical data. Thank you very much. I think the other issues, Chair, has been dealt with, but I just want to take the moment just to emphasize, insofar as prepayments, we have, as the CFO indicated, reviewed the funding agreement with our partners to ensure that the second and the third tranche are only paid on submission of portfolio of evidence and also at the finalization of the particular phase so that we then receive an invoice and then pay on the basis of work that has been done. Because I think we had fallen short by misinterpreting our own funding agreement at some point, where at the point where we've paid the first tranche, when we received the second invoice, we had then started processing. And I suppose we thought we're trying to be efficient, but that did not work the way we intended to. So that's basically what we're dealing with, Chair, in terms of addressing those particular issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We couldn't see your face. We only saw I don't know what is this sign called. Digi, any response? Can you please, Mr. Tebu, switch off your, can you mute and switch off your video? Thank you.
Chair, there was a question related to the IT system, which was raised by Honorable Nonsele around the challenges that we experienced with the processing of claims, COVID test claims. He wanted to know if those issues have been resolved. What are the interventions that we have made to stabilize the system? And we have Kola Munakali, who's the Director ICT, in the meeting, Chair, to respond.
May he respond?
Mr. Munagali?
If he is not around, who can? Oh, there he is.
I'm around, Teacher.
Yes, we can see your face. You can respond.
Just to respond on the issue of the IT system at that time, after the AG report, we did resolve the controls that were identified in the system, which were more linking with the other stakeholders. Like, for instance, there were people that were working for the Department of Defense, which claimed, but unfortunately for that part, we couldn't get the link or the integration with the Department of Defense. We tried through the Office of the Commissioner to send them a letter, but because of the security reasons, I think we couldn't get the share of that data. But for other departments like DPSA, Correctional Services, we did put the controls, and they are working. And one of the other root causes of that was the link between us and Home Affairs. By the time it was agreed some time back, it was the MOU was to integrate during working days, Monday to Friday, because Home Affairs was operating in those hours. But when they changed to operate also on weekends and public holidays, there was no data that was sent, which now resulted in that if a person has passed on from our system, that person wouldn't be picked if he or she was captured on Saturday or Sunday. That is the main reason that we did get to pay people who passed on at that time. And then also another root cause of the problems that was sorted is that in the claim system of UIF, initially when we started with COVID tests, we said if a person is not declared by or before 15th of March 2020, and then that claim will not be paid. But the management of the fund realized that there are a lot of people who are declined because of that. And I think as a government as a whole, we thought of employees, and then we said we cannot punish the employees because the employers didn't do the right thing of declaring their employees. Let us relax the rule, which was done through a directive, to say we will pay the people or process the claims of people who were registered after 15th of March. But after this process of COVID, we will do the debt collection. And if you check the bulk of the amount that was paid is on that category, whereby the rules, many people were declared after 15th of March. And then that in a way was opening for fraudsters, because people would just collect the data of people and declare on your filing to say, these are my employees. And then we process them because we see that as employees, and then we're hoping that after COVID, there will be debt that is raised for those employers to pay what they didn't pay for all those years. But the reality is that some of the companies, after doing that fraudulent exercise, they then close and say that they close the shops because of the COVID. They can't sustain their business. So all the controls that were raised by AG, they are closed, except the only one that is we are still negotiating with the Department of Social Development, whereby our DG has signed the MOU, but from their side, there are still delays in signing the MOU so that we can integrate with them and share the data. So, Chairperson, the issue of integration across government, I think, is one of the matters that will need to be addressed, because COVID has taught us that we need to have that one stop of government, whereby if you go to one government department, you are able to access data from other government departments without the delays of the MOUs and what. So if that can be addressed going forward without COVID, I think it will be a good initiative. So that is how far we have gone, Chairperson, on the issues of the systems, which were more on the controls and validation, integrating with the other stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Monakali. DG? Is the DG still around? All right, are there any follow-up questions, members? By the looks, there are
The DG is still around, Chair. I think it's muted.
No, I was kicked out, Chair. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair, I was kicked out.
Oh, all right. I see a hand, Honorable Dana. Before I will
Thank you.
then...
Can I continue, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one last question. The CFO of the fund mentioned that you were struggling to get financial statements and even management accounts from the investor companies where the fund invests through the PIC. So I just have one question that's worrying me. If you struggle to get even financial management and even management accounts, how can the fund confidently say that the information they receive from the investor companies through the PIC is sufficient enough for them to know that the UIF's funds are invested properly and safely and yields the maximum return on investment? And I'm asking the question because we recently saw the case where 136 million rand was stolen from the Daybreak farms, which where the UIF and the compensation fund invested through the PIC. So I would like to know what is being done to hold the PIC accountable for the investments made by the fund, and taking into account that you don't get proper management accounts on a monthly basis. I'm quite worried about that. So I'd like to know what the fund does to ensure that they get proper information and that the funds are properly invested. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mkondo.
Thanks, Chair. It's just a comment, Chair, based on what has presented about those employers that deliberately defrauded the UIF through TERS. That, Chair, maybe in the near future, when those investigations are concluded, we are going to get a report, because this affects employees quite a great deal, Chair. And that fraud is done by an individual, not a company. So when we get that report, Chair, I think we'll be able to give direction as to exactly what should happen, because it's not government that has been defrauded here. It's even workers that have been defrauded, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Did you want to respond?
Yes, Chair. Maybe the CFO must firstly respond to the issue of how we're dealing with the PIC. But I would like to make this statement, though, that We have met with the PIC, and we were promised that they would provide us with the information, and unfortunately, they did not. They provided some information, but we still have outstanding information. I think, Chair, the reality is, and that affects both the two funds. The reality is that we have to review our position around the social responsibility investment. Much as we understand that there's a social benefit to be derived from these investments, the accounting and the responsibility is proving to be a nightmare, because some of these companies are not doing well at all. Some of them are in the process of liquidation, and some of them are on business rescue. So it's just a difficult process. And also the fact that the PIC doesn't seem to have a covenant. When you conclude an agreement with somebody, you need to have a covenant that says this is what will be expected of you, and in the event that you don't do X, Y, and Z, this is what will happen. We will never get the information that we require. Even if we get it, the quality of that information is questionable. So whatever you put in your financial statement, you can't vouch and say it's of good quality and it not have any material impact on your financial statement. So we will be making a business decision once we have sat down with the board and investment committee, and the PIC will be making a decision on the future of the social responsibility investment, especially this unlisted stock that we invest in, because of the problems that we're encountering, and that applies for both the compensation fund and UIF. Chair, you asked me a question on why finances were not prepared in accordance with proper prescripts. This was not a deliberate attempt on the part of the fund not to comply with prescripts. However, instead of applying GRAP, the fund opted for impracticality, and this relates to the investees and associates. This is an issue that I was raising now, that as much as we try our level best to get the information from the PIC, we're hitting a rock. And the fund thought that the best way is to apply impracticality, which then resulted in them not complying with GRAP. This is a matter that is being corrected. It's being corrected by the fund. So if we take a decision this year, whatever decision we take may not necessarily have a good impact on the finances of the fund, because I think that it will only have a fruitful impact in 2022-2021 financial year if we do decide to disinvest, because for now that seems to be the only obvious thing that we can do in order to make sure that we are not accused of wasting workers' and employers' money in investing in companies that are not doing well and that they don't want to account. So that's where we are, Chair. I'll ask the CFO to respond to the, or before that, the question raised by Honorable Mkondo on the whether after the investigation such a report should be shared with the committee, will certainly do so. Chair, the follow the money process is almost finalized. I'm told that the auditors are putting together the report, which will then be in a position to share it with the committee. So I'll ask CFO to respond to some of the issues that were raised by Honorable Dana. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, DG. I think on the question of the investee companies and the question that was raised by Honorable Dana, I think DG, you've explained the key problem with these instruments. In as much as sometimes we do get the management accounts, but they are not information that is very credible, that you can use it to account for those entities. Because we just received management accounts, and I think what AG was also questioning us on, these management accounts are not even supported by any supporting documents. It's just management accounts. There are no cash flow projections from those management accounts, and a lot of information that gets done or gets presented at year end is not provided in those management accounts. And I think that's where we find a gap when it comes to using management accounts, honorable members. But as the DG has indicated, that the problem that we're sitting with is two issues. It's issues of accounting for those, as well as the poor performance of those instruments. In that some of these instruments are, some of them they are being impaired, some of them, we are incurring on those. So yes, Chair, if I may end there, I hope I've responded. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Mkondo, is it an old hand? Honorable Mkondo?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Can we then get is the chair of the audit committee around DG?
Yes, Chair, he is around. Dr. Dala?
Yes, can you just take us through on what has then been their observations, their views in terms of the governance activities in the fund?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, as well as to the Deputy Minister and the colleagues from the Auditor General and the rest of the management team, including the Director General and Commissioner. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Honorable Chair. From a governance perspective, I think especially in the 1920 financial year, I've listened to the responses from the management team, and I think there's of course, on the PIC, I think the DG has just covered that quite well now. From our perspective as a independent structure providing oversight, I think our key concern going into the 1920 audit was, of course, related to the unlisted investments. And it was a bit disappointing that we further regressed in other areas such as performance information, where we previously didn't have issues. And then over and above that, it was specifically with regards to the technical reserves and how we actually disclose that. But I think what has not been mentioned thus far, as a result of the COVID-19 TERS benefit that of course had to come in response from the presidential, in response to what was then announced by the president and so forth, it's not been said thus far in this meeting, and I think it is critical that basically the focus of the fund moved to ensure that those COVID-19 TERS benefits could be paid out. And at the same time, while that was going on, there was still the responsibility, of course, to ensure that the internal controls and so forth are in place within the fund. However, it became evident that there were no additional resources employed within the UIF to ensure that we can deliver on the COVID-19 TERS benefit, but over and above that, ensure that we still develop credible set of financial statements and continue with the operations. Ultimately, I think, and then furthermore, the suspensions then took place as a result of COVID-19 TERS. And I'm of the opinion that the executive team, the cracks that then really started to display from that perspective, because if we look at some of the areas that we then regressed in, of course, now you had certain other members from management having to step in, and there were some fundamental mistakes made when it came to the preparation of the financial statements and so forth. And over and above that, I think the delays, which would really concern the committee, was that initially when we were supposed to submit these financials in July, but then we sought an extension, we did want to understand what would change in 2 months' time. And we were given the assurances that ultimately we'll accept the non-compliance on the basis that we're trying to move away from a qualification. However, as the DG has mentioned, over and above the interactions with the management team and PIC, there were also board-to-board interactions, investment committee to investment committee interactions. I was also privileged to be part of one of the board meetings where specifically I had requested the CEO of PIC to please come to the party and ensure that we receive the information, that credible and so forth. Commitments were made, but those commitments were never followed through. And then in essence, we were left with the situation in terms of applying GRAP 1. Specifically with regards to that, the CFO has covered that. I think it's the inability to apply so from an AG perspective, they didn't have an issue in terms of going the GRAP 1 route, but we ultimately did not meet all of the criteria, specifically in terms of the SLA and ensuring that we were able to demonstrate that we have enforced certain provisions of the SLA to say that these are the reasons it is impractical. And that was the reason that the GRAP 1 approach did not work. Chair, that's yeah. And I think maybe just lastly from my side as an oversight structure, ultimately, when the fund first received the qualification, I as the chair acting at the time was quite positive that we'd be able to turn it around. I'm still positive that it can be done. However, I think what's important is for the recommendations of oversight structures to be implemented, and also that as much as the accounting officer and the accounting authority is held to account overall, there needs to be much more commitment from an executive management perspective. And over and above that, in terms of the action plan, we need to address the root causes of the issues so that we can address the internal control deficiencies. And that's within the IT space, that's within performance information as another area, specifically also with regards to consequence management. It's to address the bottlenecks that occur in that process as well. Chair, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. DG, is there somebody that we have not called from the UIF?
Chair, it is the chairperson of the board. It's a newly appointed chairperson. He has interacted with the fund recently, so he may have a few points to make, Chair. Thanks.
Okay.
Chairperson?
Okay. Good afternoon good morning? Oh, sorry. Good afternoon to the honorable members of the committee, the chairperson, the members of the committee, the minister, the deputy minister, DG, management, the chairperson of the audit committee, and the rest of the management team. Good afternoon. Yes, indeed. We're not even a month into the job as the new board. We had our induction workshop on the 13th of May last month. And since then, we've had one special meeting, if you like, as an extension of the induction, and we've also had another meeting where we considered the financial statements that have been discussed quite so clearly here in the meeting so far. It is correct and true that we as a board, we've made certain observations already as to where do we believe the challenges are. I'll start by saying that as a way forward, as we stand now, between ourselves, let me put it this way, in the last special meeting where we considered the financial statements, it was not a very good meeting because the financial statements were not recommended for submission by the audit committee. And outside the audit committee, we applied our minds as the board to say that should we recommend these financials or not? The answer was clear, that is no, we don't recommend them. And therefore that called for something else to say, then something's got to give. Then in my update then with the minister then suggested that let's have an urgent workshop, which actually we planned for last Saturday, I think. But due to the short notice and other logistics couldn't sit. So we've got a workshop between the ministry, management and the board scheduled for next Friday, the 18th, to dig deep and delve deep into the issues and come up with solutions to say what needs to be done to solve the problems. So I'm starting there intentionally on the way forward. Before then, I take a step back to say, what have we identified to be the challenges? And these are not issues that we've really discussed as a board, but those are just my observations in my capacity as a chair, and also, I mean, being experienced in government. So some of the things are quite easy to see that A, B, C, and D are problems, and we need to do 1, 2, 3, 4 to address them. Quite specifically, I'll mention 3 or 3.5 things. It could be 4 that are challenges facing the UIF. The first issue is the issue of a structural defect. The structure of the entity does not lend itself to it to be functional adequately. I can get into detail on that, but I think the structure, I'm talking about the organizational structure, is actually not correct. It does not enable the institution to function very well. And linked to that is the issue of the skill levels. The skill levels are not anywhere near where they should be, and that is informed by the issue of the structure, amongst other things. The structure itself creates a practical problem. Over and above that, it creates then a skill levels problem because, for example, you can't have an institution like this that is managing billions of rands, and you have people, your senior management at chief director level, you know, other entities with less resources than we are handling. They've got personnel in those levels at DDG level. So already tells you that then you can't attract the kind of caliber of people you know, that you want to be at the institution. That's number one. And I'm just giving you just one example on the structural defect that is not linked to the issue of skills. Well, sorry, that is linked to the issue of skills. There are other issues which I will not get into right now. Then, as I said, number two is the issue of the skill levels. Now, skill levels are twofold. One is the technocrat skills. For example, an accountant like myself, there are minimum skills that are expected from an accountant. Whether you like it or you don't, there are minimum skills that are expected of an accountant. That's not negotiable. Then number two is leadership. Now, what is leadership? Leadership means doing what you need to do, full stop. So it's one of the things that we're going to deal with, quite, dare I use the word vigorously, but it's something that needs to be done. Now, linked to that, now the result of these two things, then you have a collapse of your internal control system that has been discussed at length. You have a problem with your governance structures, collapse in governance, just not functioning. And then you ask the question to say, but then why are these things happening? It's because that then there's, from what I see, from what we've seen, we've only been there for 3 weeks. But it's clear to us that the issue of cracking the whip, consequence management, is a problem. And the DG is something that is going to have to deal with quite vigorously. So because it is being responsible to manage an entity of the size in the manner in which we're managing this entity. That's a fundamental problem. We cannot do that. That's not sustainable. And it's actually quite wrong, both to the employees of this country and to the South Africans as a whole. So for me, that's something that we're going to be talking quite closely with the DG on the issue of cracking the whip and making sure that people do what they're supposed to do. So as you see, the points I'm making, they are linked to each other. One leads to A, leads to B, B leads to C, and so on. And then that was number 3 or 3.5. That talks to the issue, of course, of the issue of the work ethic, which is a big problem. From what we've seen already, there's things you can see if you experience enough without being told much, but just observing how things are being done or not being done. And then lastly, the PIC issue, the PIC problem. Yes, this meeting has deliberated on this thing already quite at length. Yes, it is one of the things that we'll be tackling at the workshop of next Friday. And as I said, that workshop will involve the ministry, the board, and the top line of management. And from there, there will be a turnaround plan, a plan to address the core issues that are impacting the UIF. I will stop there, Madam Chair, and clarify anything else that is to be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luswazi. When you talk about work ethics, I visited for something else the Department of Labor offices here in PE, Gqeberha now. And the office is clean. That I don't dispute. Then when the provincial manager, I said, can you take me around? When I dealt with the issue that I came for, can you just take me around? And when we were in one of the offices, there was a member of staff addressing a member of community, and his mask was below the chin. So we said, Njani, hayi ndiphilile. Wenza ntoni apha? Hayi ndisebenza apha. Okay. Kuthena nto imask yakho ungayinxibanga kakuhle. Or we asked, what, hayi Nancy? I said, but akuyinxibanga kakuhle. And you know what was the response in Xhosa? Yo, niyandisokolisa kanjani. And we froze. We asked for the manager of the unit. And I just couldn't, I lost my cool. I said, but why do you say siyakusokolisa? Sithetha nawe, awuyazi noba uthetha nabani. It may be a small thing, it may be a drop in the ocean, but it's a reflection. It's a reflection, DM, of how some, in particular, the young people. So I agree with you, because work ethics must not be looked at in terms of senior managers, because every and any workplace, the conduct of a junior staff are a reflection, coming from the public service, are a reflection of the leadership style in that entity. So I really want to say, maybe your observations will have then to be taken through, because that is what in the ages, when we said in particular that why then there are these challenges, and the ages office said it's because people work as if they are in their bakwamalume in Xhosa. A Xhosa speaking person will understand, but when usebenza ngathi kukwamalume wakho apha. And I hope the staff, the leadership that is here will understand why we have called this meeting. So you have triggered something that I observed, and we're really taken aback. I'm still going to go there to just check if some of the things that on behalf of the committee I did observe. And thank you very much for your vigilance, and hoping that the wheels are going to turn, and they are to turn. DG, is there anything that you want to respond to before we then give to the DM, if the minister is not back yet?
Chair, no, thanks. I think I share the same sentiments with the chair of the board. Work has already started. We all dedicated to make sure that this entity goes back to what it was 2 or 3 years ago. So the commitment is there. We'll work with the chair, the audit committee, to make sure that the plan that will be put together by management is indeed implemented, but most importantly, it addresses the shortcomings that are there. I think the chair spoke at length about the structural issues that are there that we need to resolve. So we are committed to do exactly that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DGDM. If the minister
Thank you.
not...
Thank you, the Honorable Chairperson. I think we must applaud the Ministry, Honorable Chairperson, for the kind of leadership we have appointed in the board in the form of the Chairperson. I think in a short space of time, they have managed to hit the ground running, and we are able to get something to work on. But safe to say, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that I think we are on track as a department, because at some point we had a meeting recently with the minister immediately after we came back from both meeting with the SCOPA and meeting with the portfolio committee, and we managed to meet, for instance, the entire management of the compensation fund at some point, and we have come up with strict timelines, and we have agreed that on a weekly basis we'll get reports so that we are also able to report back to both the portfolio committee on time, and both to SCOPA also, and to also other bodies and like the AGs. And I think there is work done in terms of dealing with the action plan timeframes, and as what the ministers alluded to earlier on, in terms of a detailed audit action plan and issues of forensic audit and stuff like that. And we are also going to be doing the same with the UIF. And I'm excited actually to see that our chair of the board, newly fresh from the box, is very enthusiastic on these matters. And I really share I feel the pain you experienced, Honorable Chair, when you went to this labor center. I went unannounced to one of the labor centers, and I wanted to meet the staff, and also I didn't get recognized, and that is important. That when we get there to do our oversight, people shouldn't know who we are, because then people services gets to be given to people based on who is here. Then you see people starting to jump and around. But if we are not there, it's business as usual. People are slow, people are turned back many times and stuff like that. But what was actually bothering me more was the fact that I found the staff there. One of the offices, you find clean offices. The one I went to, it was very dirty. The office that I went to was very dirty, and I actually called them to say, but how do you work in such an office which is really dirty? But over and above that, the way staff were presented themselves in jeans. I mean, in such an environment, if I go to work, I wear appropriately, formally. So, and even if I do visit the labor centers, I wear appropriately, like I'm going to work, because it's part of my work. Therefore, if you find people wearing jeans, then I have to ask them, why are they wearing jeans when coming to work? Because it can't be that, and I said to the DG, unless you say to them they must wear jeans on Fridays, maybe because it's a Friday, but it can't be that every day staff members come wearing jeans. But I think we have touched at the core issue of work ethics at the time when people go on tea time, when the queue is very long. How do we do that? I think we will have to tighten up some of these loose ends, and I'm sure through the DG, myself and the minister will have to follow through on such, because I think we need to re-inculcate a culture or a new culture if there's not been. I think our people, they are too comfortable with convention, and I normally say we are the convention that this is how things have been done, and therefore we will do them the way that things have been done. I don't like convention. I think we need to change to the status quo at some point to actually have read some sort of a riot act to our staff members. And I'm sure DG has already started with such a process, and it will follow through with issues of consequence management when we are to be reporting to the portfolio committee in due course. And I think we have committed ourselves that every portfolio committee will be able to give a feedback on what we have done, what is the status quo. And I think we are on track at this point in time. But safe to say, thank you, Chair, to take this opportunity on behalf of myself and the Minister, to thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members, for giving us this opportunity to come and and explain ourselves before the committee. We are always ready. We are always committed to support the committee with any information that the committee might be looking into, and any matters of clarification that the committee might want to know in the future. If for whatever reason, as I always say, that the responses that we might have provided now might not necessarily be sufficient, we are ready, Honorable Chair, if we are given such questions that we might not have sufficiently responded to, we can be able to respond as a follow-up and in writing in due course, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you so much for your audience.
Thank you, TM. DG, I will humbly request, because they always say first impression goes a long way. I will humbly request that offices of the Department of Labor have a designated area. All offices, you will see, have designated area for your staff to have lunch. Because the other thing that we saw with the manager, which took us aback, the provincial manager, Mrs. Dojek, Nomfundo is the name, of here in the Eastern Cape. Your staff eating lunch in the full view of people that are to be serviced by the Department of Labor. And remember that some of those people, they may have left home without eating. And I mean, we in hospitals, we will have a place called tea room, where as staff you will go there so that you are not then seen. So I'm saying DG, because you are the chief of all the staff of the Department of Labor, and I'm happy that we have got a chairperson of the board who is also going to assist ordinary people of this country so that they are then serviced in a manner that they are then to be serviced. This whole exercise, both UIF and the compensation fund board, as much as you are an advisory board, in my view, you have got a responsibility so that when things fall apart, you are able to say, we did advise the minister on ABCD, and rest assured, this exercise is not going to be a once-off exercise. As the office of the chair, we took a decision that it can't be only commissioners that must come here. Everybody who has got a responsibility in ensuring that challenges of these two entities are addressed, difficult as they may be. Yes, I do agree that as the committee at some point, we then have to look into the systemic challenges, which will also have to look into the legislation that governs these institutions, because these institutions really need people with expertise. But I always hold a view that says we will always complain about the minister, the MEC, the DG, but we don't look into the middle management. The middle management can make and break any institution. Any institution. I have forwarded you, Deputy Minister, a clip on what is happening in Northwest. A company that has closed up and decided to move and to eThekwini because of the service delivery challenges in that municipality. the debt, the state of roads, and if then that company moves, remember that it's not going to move with those people in Northwest. It's going to go there and employ people in KZN at Tukwini region. And I think as public representatives, we will then have to assert our authority. Obviously, we're not going to be arrogant. We won't create a hostile environment, but we'll have to assert our authority in ensuring that this department that we're overseeing, including its boards, are delivering and for the sake of our people. So I want to thank everybody that has come and really humbly on behalf of the committee at an appropriate time, because now we are on oversight. I'm sorry, we are on our constituency period. We're going to come back in August in then saying Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, Chair, commissioners, both commissioners, Chair of board of this. This is what was said in your presence. Where are we and what is it that you are going to do? We are not going to fold our arms as we move forward. Having said that, thank you very much. We will allow all our guests from the compensation fund and the UIF to leave, and the members of the committee, including the department, will then just for, there are some house rules. So can the host log out all those that are not only come to the department by invitation. So the DG and the Deputy Minister, can they please stay behind, and other relevant staff members of your offices. Thank you very much. Until we meet again.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. Thanks, honorable members. Thanks, DG.
DM. Not
Oh,
DG.
Sakubek.
Ewa, isanuphuma nina.
Oh, okay. Besingayazi.
Kuphuma bonga ba invite way, the board, the staff, everybody. Johnny Mutiba from Compensation Fund, please log out. And Basgi abanye aba. I don't know who's Adria K, who's Charles Lee. These people that have never, these people that didn't introduce themselves. The AG's office, thank you very much, ma'am. You are also excused.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Is there something that you want to? One 1303816. Who is that one? Who's 1303816? Thank you. So, why are we 30? What has happened now? Why have I been kicked off this meeting? Zolan?
No, usekhona Chair. No, you have not been kicked off, Chair. You're still there, Chair.
But you can hear me. I've got an announcement, honorable members. As you will know that tomorrow we were then supposed to be engaged on what's this? On deliberations. Unfortunately, we received a letter from the member of the state law advisor who is deployed in our committee, He has got serious family responsibilities that she will have to attend this week. I then had to communicate. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, Chair.
We can hear you, Chair. We can hear you.
Because I don't know what's happening in this screen. So I had to consult with the House Chair, as you will know, members, that we can't be engaged on deliberations when the state members of the state law advisors in Parliament are not part of us. So the meeting of tomorrow and Thursday is then rescheduled. We will then have to apply officially, because that's what our meeting has been. We have been granted to sit, but now because of that challenge, we then had to reapply for another date, which then we will try immediately. We get a response on that. We will then communicate with the members on when are we then going to sit. Please, members, your package in preparation for deliberations, it's all the bills that have been circulated to you in terms of the amendment and the principal bill. There is a draft report that the office have circulated to members. That is it's to remind us on some of the issues and all the issues that have been raised in terms of written and oral submissions. But members have also got that responsibility of picking up issues that they think they are to be. I'm trying to say we are not straitjacketed on those. If we pick up those, we will then have to do that and table them when we deliberate. So that is why it's important that a person from the state law advisor in Parliament is then present when we deliberate. So I thought it is important that I raised that. I got that this morning. So I thought it's important that members are aware that we are not having a meeting tomorrow. This is our last meeting of the week. Minutes, we'll deal with them towards the end when we are dealing with because the department is to come and take us through on the Convention 190, plus their plan on gender-based violence in the workplace as the Department of Employment and Labor. I thought it's important that I make that announcement. Having said that, thank you very much, members, and your contributions. We are doing what we are then supposed to do, and DM and DG, it's not going to be the last exercise. It then means we will then have to, from August and moving forward, we will really be monitoring and conducting the oversight over the department. It's not only going to be these two entities, but because of the gravity of the challenges on these two, I thought that it's important that we take this approach. Having said that, thank you very much. Go and prepare for the deliberations, and until we meet again, our meeting is adjourned. We will meet in second floor for lunch.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, Chair.
Bye. Is the whip still around? Untombi ekhaya Qamatha khangaphumi kule meeting noJohnny Madinda. Baphuma ngoku.
Yes, Chair, baphuma ngoku. Enye into Chair andikwazi ubakhupha because I don't know whether bazi-chairperson abantu ekhona. Ngoku andikwazi uba ndikhethe abaphi. Befane baziphumele, Chair. U-Honorable Whip usekhona bomfuna.
Hayi,
So ndiyayivala ke Chair.
Livale, but out of order, I mean, DG. Out of order. Thank you very much.